Public Service at Texas A&M University. And we are here for the 6th Annual Texas Symposium on Women, Peace, and Security. And this year we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. I would like to introduce our Dean, Dean Mark Welsh, who will be addressing us and welcoming us to the symposium. Let me turn it over to Dean Welsh now.
Howdy, everyone. Sorry about the technical difficulties. My name is Mark Welsh, and I am privileged to serve as the Dean of the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University. And I'm trying this morning to just welcome you to the 6th Annual Texas Symposium on Women, Peace, and Security, hosted by the Program on Women, Peace, and Security at the Bush School and Dr. Hudson. This year's symposium theme is 1325 plus 20. Celebrating the anniversary of United Nations Security Council Resolution, 1325, and looking towards the future. We have a great group with us this morning to have this conversation. We have academics, practitioners, policymakers. You'll be privileged today to hear from ambassadors, from undersecretaries, from nationally and internationally acclaimed scholars, from people who were there at the beginning of UNSCR 1325. People with a deep understanding of the resolution, its impact, and its benefits. Those people are also acutely aware of its shortcomings. And they know that 20 years after the resolution, more than 100 of the countries in the United Nations have still not prepared their national action plans for the implementation of 1325. And we hope the discussion today focuses on the future of 1325 and how to expand its impact while keeping its 4 pillars in very clear focus. The astonishing thing to me about 1325 is that it took us collectively until the year 2000 to formally acknowledge that war disproportionately impacts women and girls, something that we've all known literally since the dawn of time, or that women's voices would be invaluable in the prevention and resolution of and the recovery from conflict. I gotta tell you, every man deep in his soul knows that to be true, whether he'll admit it or not. So as many of our distinguished speakers today have said in recent days, this anniversary isn't just a celebration. It's a call to action. It's time that we lived up to the promise of 1325. And this symposium is intended to help each of us understand the role that we can and should play in that noble effort. I've been struck in the social justice discussions that are raging around our country and frankly around our campus, that language has become a significant barrier to conversation. If you look like me and somebody uses the term white privilege, you tend to get tense instantly and become defensive. And I've had a number of our students ask me to explain explain white privilege. Why is that a thing? And I tell every one of them that it's really not that hard to understand. The effect is essentially the same as male privilege, which has been around much longer and impacts an even greater percentage of the population. And so while we discuss its shortfalls and the work left to be done, I think we should remember that 1325 was the first meaningful step on the world stage to address that inequality. It's worth celebrating. Let me turn it back over to Dr. Hudson, who, by the way, is selling herself a little short. Besides being the director of our Women, Peace, and Security program, she is also a phenomenal professor of international affairs. She's the holder of the George H.W. Bush Chair, which is a very big deal at the George H.W. Bush School of Government and Public Service. And she is one of a handful of professors at this university selected to wear the title of University Distinguished Professor because of the game-changing work she's done in this field. She is the director of our program on Women, Peace, and Security, and she's one of my heroes. She's also our host today. Valerie, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Dean Welsh. And I just want to say that the Bush School under Dean Welsh has been a staunch supporter of the Program on Women, Peace, and Security. We're very grateful for their support. We're also grateful for the support of the Compton Foundation. And through their efforts, we're able to have such a symposium. I just want to say a few words about the logistics of how we're going to run this. It's all very new for all of us, how to run a symposium virtually, but we're working on it, even though, as you can tell, we still have some technical difficulties. So how we've arranged is we have 5 incredible speakers. We have Ambassador Anwarul Chowdhury, who will be our first speaker. And then we have Ambassadors Kelly Curry and Roya Ramani. And then we also have Dr. James Minnick, and we also have Dr. Jeanette Haney of the Athena Leadership Project. So how we're going to do it is we're going to put up the bios of our speakers for about 5 minutes before they talk. Then they can talk as long as they would like, and then we'll stop and we'll have Q&A. And then I will offer a few opening questions for each of the speakers so that our audience can submit their questions via the chat feature on Zoom. And my assistant, who is Morgan Mitchell, who has been just a stalwart pillar in arranging all of the details and the logistics for our symposium. Thank you, Morgan. She'll be collecting those, and then she will offer the questions from the audience to our speakers. Between each speaker, we will have a 5-minute break, and this break will allow people to run to the restroom, read the bio, whatever, just in general have some sort of human time to themselves before the next speaker comes on. And so without further ado, what we're going to do is, if Morgan, if you can make this work, we'd like to have Ambassador Chowdhury's bio up now on the screen. And then we will commence with Ambassador Chowdhury's address to us at precisely 8:45. Okay, 5-minute break. All right, we are excited to present now Ambassador Anwarul Chowdhury. As you know, Ambassador Chowdhury is considered more or less the father of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. You've had a chance to read his absolutely stunning biography. He has accomplished so much in his life, and we're so grateful to have him here today. Ambassador Chowdhury, I'm going to turn the time over to you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting me to come here, and virtually though. I was looking forward to physically coming. Invitation reached me very early. Thank you, Dr. Hudson, for organizing my participation. Let me begin by flashing the 1325 pin, which was prepared by the non-governmental organization in Israel for the anniversary. So I'm flashing this to you, and if any one of you need this, let me know through Dr. Hudson, for whom also I will send one. Dean Mark Welsh III of the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University. I thank you for your welcoming remarks. Dr. Valerie Hudson, Director of Women, Peace and Security at the Bush School. I am very happy to note that Ambassador Kelly Currie, U.S. Ambassador for Global Women's Issues, would be joining later, along with Ambassador Rahmani of Afghanistan. Ambassador Currie and me, both of us spoke 3 days ago, virtually, at the Israeli Knesset Committee on Gender Equality at its observance of the 20th anniversary of 1325. Ambassador Rahmani, just to welcome you as a South Asian and to say that I work very closely on the culture of peace issues with your colleague in New York, Ambassador Adela Raz. And that makes me extremely proud that a South Asian country has sent women ambassadors to 2 of the key positions, diplomatic positions in the world. And I'm very proud to be a South Asian, as you are. You are also joining Ambassador Currie as the special keynote speaker. And I am very happy that Dr. James Minich of the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies joined us. And he told me in a Zoom call a few months ago that he will be looking forward to this meeting, and he was wondering whether we will go physically or not. And I have done a wonderful video interview with that center, and it is on their website on 1325 anniversary. Dr. Janet Haney of the Athena Leadership Project is also with us. I'm honored to join the 6th Annual Texas WPS Symposium as the distinguished keynote speaker on the theme, and I quote, 1325 plus 20, celebrating the anniversary of 1325 and looking towards the future. That part is the key part, that we look ahead. Anniversaries become meaningful when there is a serious stock taking of the progress and lack of it, and thereafter charting of a realistic, determined roadmap, and of course, a course of action for the next years. Of course, it is a pity that COVID-19 pandemic has set back our plans and enthusiasm for the observance of the 20th anniversary in a major way worldwide. I recall a huge energy for the 10th and the 15th anniversaries for 1325, particularly among civil society organizations, with many of whom I have been partnering for years. We are co-activists, or you can say co-activist advocates. I understand that it is not the role of an academic institution like the Bush School about charting a roadmap. At the same time, I must say I'm impressed immensely when I read Dr. Hudson's clear assertion that, and I quote her, the surest way to curse one's nation is to curse its women. What a profound statement and what a powerful statement. As well as her elaboration with her co-authors, how the relationship between women and men shapes the wider political order in their publication. It is titled The First Political Order: How Sex Shapes Governance and National Security Worldwide. I recommend this brilliant expose should be read by as many as possible. As you can easily anticipate, I will be discussing the intrinsic role of women in advancing peace and security. And with that backdrop, I will be sharing with you my own involvement in the passage of one of the groundbreaking breaking decisions of the United Nations Security Council. Finally, I will outline some of the essential steps that could be taken to advance the implementation of the 1325 resolution so that we are all able to receive its long-lasting benefits, which I believe are potentially within our reach. Let me put my comments so far in a current context pertaining to 1325. I was invited to speak at the 1325 anniversary event held in Canberra, Australia, by its Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on 3rd November. Our panel theme there was 20 years of women, peace and security agenda. Where are we now? At the outset of my speech there, I said, where are we now? It is a real question. And I am saying this in an immediate sense, lamenting the reality that the UN Security Council's open debate on the observance of the 20th anniversary of 1325 ended last week, means on the 29th and 30th of October. Disappointingly, without any outcome resolution under the Russian presidency. Still quoting, and I said, that triggered my reflection to ponder that the practice of monthly rotation of the Security Council's presidency can generate transformational initiative, or the presidency can trigger a regressive decision. End of quote. I bring in that thought to you as I set the scene for our panel discussion today. The core message of 1325 is an integral part of my intellectual existence and my humble contribution to a better world for each one of us. To trace back a little more than 20 years ago, on the International Women's Day on 8th of March in 2000, As the President of the Security Council, representing my country, Bangladesh, following extensive stonewalling and intense resistance from the permanent members of the Council, I was able to issue an agreed statement, later on issued as an UN document, on behalf of all 15 members of the Council with strong support from civil society that formally brought to global attention the contribution women have always been making towards preventing wars and building peace. The Council recognized in that significant norm-setting statement that, and I quote, peace is inextricably linked with equality between women and men, end of quote. And it also affirmed the value of full and equal participation of women in all decision-making levels. That is when the seed for 1325 was sown. The formal resolution followed this conceptual and political breakthrough in the Council on 31st of October 2000, with Namibia at the helm of the Council. After tough negotiations for 8 months, giving this issue the long overdue attention and recognition that it deserved. The very first paragraph of this formal resolution 1325 starts with a reference to the 8th March 2000 statement, identifying the rationale and tracing the history of women and peace and security at the Security Council. The inexplicable silence for 55 long years of the Security Council on women's positive contribution was broken forever on 8th of March. It has been an extraordinary day for me and will remain so for the rest of my life. It is a landmark day for the humanity as a whole. My work has taken me to the farthest corners of the world, and I have seen time and again the centrality of women's equality in our lives. This realization has now become more pertinent in the midst of the ever increasing militarism and militarization that is destroying both our planet and our people. In recent years, in particular, the United Nations reports have underlined that unfortunately, overall progress towards gender equality had been unacceptably slow, with stagnation and even regression in some areas. It has been particularly emphasized that the women's rights are under threat from a backlash of conservatism and fundamentalism around the world. Reiterating this assertion, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said very succinctly that, and I quote him, the truth is that North and South, East and West, and I am not speaking about any society, culture, or country in particular, everywhere we still have a male dominated culture. End of quote. If one looks into the importance and relevance of content's potential for change and expected impact of any global agreement for women, three stand out head and shoulder above all others. First, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of discrimination against women, popularly known as CEDAW by its acronym. Then the Beijing Platform for Action, adopted at the UN's Fourth World Conference in 1995. And the third, UN Security Council Resolution 1325. These are unparalleled in terms of what they can do to empower women and ensure equality, not only to give 50% of the world's population their rightful due, but also to make the world a better place to live in. Adoption of 1325 opened a much awaited door of opportunity for women who have shown time and again that they bring a qualitative improvement in structuring peace and in post conflict nation building. It is amazing that in 2 decades, just four numbers, one, two, three, 1, 3, 2, 5, have generated a global enthusiasm that is unprecedented. Women and men, and many men all over the world, have been energized by this resolution. Passage of Resolution 1325, I believe, is an impressive step forward in setting right the dimensions of contemporary security politics and perspective by accepting a women's equality agenda. The Security Council realized, in principle at least, that women are just not vulnerable group, but more importantly, they are knowledgeable, vital, and empowering as well. You all know that the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011 was presented to three women peace builders. The Nobel citation referred to the resolution 1325, saying that, and I quote, it underlined the need for women to become participants on an equal footing with men in peace processes and in peace work in general. End of quote. The Nobel Committee further asserted that, and I quote again, we cannot achieve democracy and lasting peace in the world unless women obtain the same opportunities as men to influence developments at all levels of society. End of quote. This is the first time when a Nobel Peace Prize citation has mentioned a UN resolution so specifically. Sustainable peace is inseparable from gender equality. As UN Secretary General, my dear friend and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Kofi Annan has said, and I quote, for generations, women have served as peace educators, both in their families and in their societies. They have proved instrumental in building bridges rather than walls. End of quote. When women participate in peace negotiations and in the crafting of a peace agreement, they keep the future of their societies, their communities in their mind. They think of how their children and grandchildren will grow up and spend their life in their homeland, how they will benefit from the peace agreement in a sustainable way. They have the greater and longer term interest of society in their mind. Whereas historically, in post conflict situations, Men are interested in ensuring that following the peace agreement, they will retain their authority, power in the government and in the cabinet or in any other power structure. It is a reality that politics, more so security, is a man's world. Empowering women's political leadership will have ripple effects on every level of society. When politically empowered, women bring important and different skills and perspectives to the policy-making table in comparison to their male counterparts. Women are the real agents of change in refashioning peace structures, ensuring greater sustainability. About this, a Nelson Mandela experience I will share with you later. As the UN adopted the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, 1325 was about to observe its 15th anniversary, and many were wondering why Goal 5 on women and girls and Goal 16 on peace and governance did not make any reference to the widely recognized 1325. This disconnection between the two main organs of the UN is unacceptable to all well-intentioned supporters of the world body. That global reality is dramatically evidenced in the fact that UN itself, despite being the biggest champion of women's equality, has failed to elect a woman Secretary General. To reverse the historical injustice of having the post occupied by men for its more than 7.5 decades of existence. On the occasion of the 20th anniversary of 1325, I have been invited to speak at many such virtual events and also gave lots of interviews from different parts of the world. I am asked again and again, what could be done for the true implementation of 1325 to make a difference? In my considered judgment, I have identified 4 areas of priority for next 5 years. Number one, leadership of the UN Secretary General. What role the Secretary General, or SG as we call him, should play? Secretary General Guterres has done well on women's parity in his senior management team. It would be more meaningful to expand that parity for the special representatives of Secretary General, known as SRSGs, and deputy SRSGs, force commanders, and deputies at the field levels with geographical diversity. Many believe there is a need for the Secretary General's genuinely proactive and committed engagement in using the moral authority of the United Nations and the high office he occupies for the effective implementation of 1325. Its implementation should be seriously taken up by the SG's UN system-wide coordination mechanism. UN resident coordinators who represent the SG and UN country teams at the country level should assist all national level actors in preparation and implementation of the national action plans. popularly known as NAPS. Would it not have a strong positive impact on the countries if their heads of state or government received a formal communication from the Secretary General urging submission of respective NAPs? Another area that deserves special attention is the need for the awareness, sensitivity, and training of the senior officials within the UN system as a whole with regard to 1325. A 1325 impact assessment component with concrete recommendations needs to be included in all reports submitted by Secretary General to the Security Council, asking their inclusion in all peace and security decisions taken by the Council. Gender perspectives must be fully integrated into the terms of reference of peace operations by the United Nations. Improving the gender architecture in field missions and at the headquarters, improving gender conflict analysis and information flows, and accountability for sexual exploitation and abuse by UN personnel do not do need Secretary Generals engage leadership to make progress. A no tolerance, no impunity approach is a must in cases of sexual exploitation and abuse by the UN personnel and its partners in hybrid missions. UN is welcomed in countries as their protectors. It cannot become the perpetrators themselves. Number two, National Action Plan. And its acronym has given rise to some teasing remark by saying, well, you are all napping about the naps. As we observe the anniversary of 1325, it is truly disappointing that a mere 85 countries, maybe 86, somebody told me that other day, out of 193 members of the UN have prepared their national action plans for 1325. In 20 years' time, it's an embarrassment. It should be also underscored that all countries are obligated, as per decisions of the Security Council, as envisaged in Article 25 of the UN Charter, to prepare the NAP whether they are in so-called conflict situation or not. It is obligatory for each and every member states of the UN. In real terms, NAPs happen to be the engine that would speed up the implementation of 1325. There are no better ways to get country level commitment to implement 1325 other than the NAPs. I believe very strongly that only NAPs can hold the governments accountable. There is a clear need for the SG's attention for the effective implementation of 1325, particularly with regard to the NAPs. Though NAPs are national commitments, it can be globally monitored. SG can also target, I believe, 50 new NAPs by the 21st anniversary of 1325 next October. Number three, mobilizing men for implementation of 1325. Patriarchy and misogyny are the dual scourges pulling back the humanity away from our aspiration for a better world. Gender inequality is an established, proven, and undisputed reality. It is all pervasive. Unless we confront these vicious and obstinate negative forces with all our energy, determination, and persistence, our planet will never be a desired place for one and all. Men and policies and institutions controlled by them have been the main perpetrators of gender inequality. It is also a reality that empowered women bring important and different skills and perspectives to the policy-making table in comparison to their male counterparts. Now, here is the Mandela story. In my opening remarks at the launch event titled Mobilizing Men as Partners for Women, Peace and Security in New York on March 20 last year, 2019, I recounted one story, our story, as follows. And I quote myself. In the first month of Bangladesh's joining the Security Council in January 2000, President Nelson Mandela was in New York to report to the Security Council in his capacity as the UN mandated facilitator of the Burundi peace process. In an informal setting, he shared with us that his efforts to include women in the peace table were not working, as participating men stonewalled. Eager to hear what women want to share, he would invite them to have tea with him in the evenings. After the formal meetings were over, at the next morning's formal meeting, Madiba would present some ideas for discussion, and men around the table started praising him for those forward looking ideas. He alerted them by saying that those were not my ideas. Rather, those were from the women whom the men are not allowing to join at the peace table. The key message here is that women add value and bring in positive perspectives to building peace, keeping in mind the best interest of their society. We need to recognize that women's equality and their rights are not only women's issues, those are relevant for humanity as a whole, for our society, and for all of us. This is most crucial point that needs to be internalized by every one of us, particularly men. With that objective, we launched the initiative, as I mentioned earlier, for mobilizing men as partners for women, peace, and security in New York last year with the leadership of Ambassador Donald Steinberg, taking the vow to profess, advocate, and work to ensure feminism as our creed, as our mission. Number 4, direct involvement of civil society. Another missing element is a greater, regular, genuine, and participatory involvement of civil society in implementing 1325, both at national and at global levels. The role and contribution of civil society is critical. I would pay tribute to Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, popularly known as WILF, and Global Network of Women Peace Builders, GNWP, for making creative and qualitative contributions for the implementation of 1325 for the last 2 decades, and I work very closely with them. Civil society should be fully involved in the preparation and implementation of NAPs at the country level. At the global level, the UN Secretariat should not only make it a point to consult civil society, but at the same time, such consultations should be open and transparent. The UN needs also to take the lead in setting up 6 monthly inclusive consultative processes for 1325 implementation with civil society organizations at all levels involving all relevant UN entities. All the UN locations, headquarters, and country level, this should be done by the UN teams. Similar consultative process with NGOs at country level should also be encouraged, as I just said. We should not forget that when civil society is marginalized, there is little chance for 1325 to get implemented in the real sense. Let me conclude by reiterating that feminism is about smart policy, which is inclusive, uses all potentials, and leaves no one behind. I am proud to be a feminist. All of us need to be. That is how we make our planet a better place to live for all. We should always remember that without peace, development is impossible. And without development, peace is not achievable. But without women, neither peace nor development is conceivable. Resolution 1325 belongs to humanity. It is owned by all of us, and it is for the benefit of all. I'm sorry, my voice is getting choked because of these words. Therefore, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary at the Peace Gathering of Civil Society in New York on 25th of October 2010, it was a spiritual and inspiring moment for me to declare 1325 as a common heritage of humanity, wherein the global objectives of peace, equality, and development are reflected in a uniquely historic universal document of the United Nations, and that is 1325. We should never forget that when women are marginalized, there is a little chance for the world to get sustainable peace in the real sense. Let me end by reiterating that if we are serious about peace, we should take women seriously. Thank you.
I will clap for everybody in the audience who would like to clap at this point. That was incredibly inspiring. I want to thank you so much. And I myself felt very choked up with your strong words about how you were proud to be a feminist and the way forward. And I was taking copious notes about your 4 points. I'm going to go ahead and ask you a few questions while Morgan is receiving questions from the audience. So the first question that I have for you, Ambassador Chowdhury, is I think many of us are very interested in your own journey to this role, if you will, as kind of the first father of 1325. How did you come to that point? What was it that sort of brought you to a realization that 1325 would be a momentous step, not just for the UN Security Council, but actually for our whole species, all of humankind, that at the year 2000, we began to talk about how important women were to peace. and how their exclusion did not make our world better, but actually made our world worse. Do you have any comments about your own personal journey to this moment in time that was so meaningful to all of us?
I think coming as I do from a very impoverished country, and uh, I believe that Bangladesh, after its 50 years of independence, have done well in terms of social indicators and women's equality, women's empowerment. But I must say that when I became the ambassador here, I wondered, and women's equality is so obvious to me. I grew up as a child by, taught by my parents, by my extended family, everybody. We never treated each other, my cousins, my sisters, everybody. We felt equal with each other. And that stayed on. And when I became the ambassador, I was thinking what to do. This was 1996. And Beijing was 1 year before that, in 1995. So, and Beijing conference for the first time put the connection between women and peace and security in a big way. So that I found very attractive. I said, this is the point that we can push at the General Assembly level, because after all, peace and security is still the prerogative of the UN Security Council. Unless they do something, General Assembly resolutions will mean nothing. And General Assembly resolutions are good for the universality of supporters, but those 15 members are given a special power by the UN Charter. As I said, Article 25 says all UN member states agree to accept and comply with the decisions of the Security Council. This is a charter obligation. So I thought Security Council must do something about it. And after I became ambassador in 1996, September, I started approaching my colleagues. I was building up my connections and contacts, and civil society was a big partner in my efforts. So they have been trying from before maybe, but we joined hands together, and we were approaching member states of the Security Council, but none of them were ready. And, from 96 to 2000, number of compositions changed because new non-permanent members stay there for only 2 years. So I was really frustrated. Everybody was being courteous to me, but saying, no, thank you, because they knew that the permanent members were against it. It was a new, totally uncharted area. So that is what prompted me. And then, lo and behold, in January 2000, Bangladesh became a member of the Security Council. I was the Bangladesh's representative to the council. And again, this is a God-sent opportunity. In 3 months' time, in March, my turn to become the president came. And then I said, this is my moment. I should do something. The thing that I have been lobbying for, now it is within my competence. I can do it, at least try it. And on the 1st of March, all of us declare our monthly plan of action for. And I declared that on 8th of March, we will adopt a resolution on women and peace and security. So, and I was really frustrated to see the machinations, the maneuvers that permanent members and even some of the other members members were making, but they were milder and more respectful of my situation and my objective. But the permanent members were really difficult. They first thought, this is new ambassador of Bangladesh in the council. He, he is trying to bring what they called soft issues, meaning women's issues, to the Security Council. We deal with the hardcore issues of peace and security. So that was a frustrating moment, and to cut the long story short, I will say on the 6th or 7th or 6th March, I found that it was not possible because everybody invoked that we are consulting our governments. And that is a standard procedure of delaying or denying things in the UN Security Council, because nobody can say anything without consulting the government. And that consultation is actually to delay. Then I thought that if my plan for a resolution will not go, then I went to my plan B. I said, let's have a statement which will identify what we are trying to say. And I had a text, my team had prepared the text already. So I was ready with that. And I said, how about working on that? Resolution is no, but how about this statement? And they were forced to get involved in it. And by 8th of March morning, I was able to get a clean text with the agreement of uh, all 15 members of the council, which, as I quoted, which stated, peace is inextricably linked with equality between women and men. And we intentionally put women first in all the Security Council resolutions we have. I hope that tradition is being kept. I said men, because of grammatical reasons, come first, but here the women come first. So that was the idea. And so that was issued, and we had big problem even issuing that as a formal instrument of the Security Council, which was later on issued, and that laid the foundation. That broke the conceptual barrier that women are only vulnerable groups. Women refugees, women victims of war and rape, women victims of violence, all kinds of things. So that was the breakthrough, and I believe that we worked very well together. And in October, when Namibia was there, the final day of the month of October was taken to adopt 1325. Why? Because the subsequent three chairs of the Security Council would be permanent members. So we were very worried that what will happen if it will get further delayed. And our main worry was to avoid going into January 2001, when new members will come to the Security Council. 5 of them will come new, 1/3. So that was my fear. And I think Namibia also understood that. And Namibia had a wonderful preliminary meetings back in their country in Windhoek, where they emphasized this point about um, women, peace, and security. Wonderful, organized by the UN system, organized by civil society, and Namibians were big partners in that. So that was the background, and I felt that it was a providential thing that this opportunity came to me. But if you ask me where was my mind and my head and soul, all were on that point. So I am thankful that this opportunity came to me. And I think another thing that was necessary, that we needed somebody to pursue this in a determined way, not to let it go. And I knew the moves made in the Security Council. Though we were a new member, but we were a member before, about 20 years ago, and I was the director in the foreign ministry at that time. So this is the background, and there are many small stories in between, which we will recount, Dr. Hudson, later on.
Well, that's incredible. It sure seems like you fought the bureaucratic fight. You were a bureaucratic warrior for this. And I think many people don't understand that it takes as much persistence and bravery as any soldier to work something through a very complex and political, uh, uh, bureaucracy. So my hat is off to you. That's terrific. And I learned so much from your recounting of what actually happened and how you even had, in a sense, a deadline. If you didn't get it before January, the whole game would have had to be replayed once more. That's amazing. That is really amazing.
I have only one regret, that I put my own deadline by saying I will adopt the resolution on 8th of March, because
Yeah.
it was International Women's Day. I say, what better day can be to adopt that resolution? But that was too short a time. I
Yeah.
should have put 30th of March as my timeline. Then
That's
I could oppose that. But
I'm just glad you got it done. I think without you, it would never have happened. And I
yes.
was very pleased to see that, in a sense, it was your family background that prepared you to be the right man at the right time in the right position to make this happen. So, gratitude to your family for that. I'm now going to turn the time over to Morgan Mitchell, my research assistant. She has, while you and I have been talking, she has been collecting really great questions from the audience. And so, Morgan, we have until a quarter of when we'll go to our break. And let's have you choose some questions and ask Ambassador Chowdhury now. Thank you, Ambassador.
Hi, Ambassador Chowdhury. So our first
I,
question is, as you mentioned, there are only about 85 or 86 countries that have prepared and implemented national action plans, and which we know is critical in order to drive systematic change regarding the WPS agenda. So are there any concrete systems or efforts at the international and multilateral level to support or encourage the development or review of the national action plans that have been implemented or that will be implemented hopefully in the future?
yes, two things. One is the preparation of the plan, and the other is its implementation. And I believe that many plans have been sort of uh, seen as incomplete or not up to the standard. But I believe any plan which is adopted by at the cabinet level or in the parliament or other high bodies, it will mean that there is a national commitment. And I have suggested this, that every plan should have a paragraph or article to say this plan will be reviewed every 2 years. This will be a rotating plan. This is not a static plan, not like a 5-year plan of economy. It is a rotating plan so that government and NGOs can come and review and update. And that is the best way to go on working. Implement as and how to increase the number, as I said in my presentation, that Secretary General has to get involved, because I think, yeah, I can speak for Bangladesh. If a letter from the Secretary General goes to our Prime Minister, she will be very happy to ask the concerned department to do that. And I think this is very necessary. And this is true about most of the developing countries. They respect UN's authority and UN's advocacy. So Secretary General will have an easy opportunity to make 50 more national action plan by next year. I think, and also another practical thing, the UN resident coordinators in each developing country should be asked to put NAPS on the top agenda of their work. They should tell the governments, if you need help, we are there. But what are you doing about your national plan? My boss is asking me again and again. And if you need support, technical assistance, you need um, financial assistance, we'll be happy to do that. The resident coordinators can do that job very well. They do for other agendas of the UN, but not 1325. Secretary General meet before COVID-19 used to meet about 100 or more than 100 heads of state, either in New York, heads of state, heads of government, either in New York or when he visited their countries. Never in the talking points there was a mention ever of 1325. He is asking of a leader to say, what is happening to your 1325? 20 years is going by. No, that is what I said. Yes, that parity in the management team is important, but at the same time, what will make 1325 a permanent part of our policy making is very important. Otherwise, those gender parity will come and go with each Secretary General. So that is very important that we have to get this rooted in the country level arrangements. And I said that Secretary General and the UN system can monitor because it is a national commitment. But because it has been asked for by the Security Council, the UN system will have, like all the 85, 86 national plans are on the UN websites, on the websites of the even NGOs like WILF has them on their websites. So this is very important that a national plan should be given the priority those deserve.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for that. That was a great answer. The second question we have, I think we have time for maybe one more, is Bangladesh has been at the forefront of sending teams of all women peace builders. So have you had a hand in this, or can you explain why Bangladesh has been so successful in this area?
Well, I had no particular hand in this. 1325, of course, helped to trigger in many countries, not only in Bangladesh, but Bangladesh. One should remember that Bangladesh, despite its economic and political difficulties, it had been a champion. It had been at the forefront of women's equality. And that came, I must say, from the grassroots level. The system of microcredit has given such empowerment to women in our part of the world. I think that was a big thing, that this illiterate, impoverished, poor women have stood up for their rights all the time against fundamentalism in a big way. And I think Bangladesh is an Islamic country and Muslim country, rather Muslim majority country, I should say. So this was a challenge, but women in the rural areas have faced that challenge resolutely and brought in change. So I continue to say always that the rural illiterate women of Bangladesh have opened the door for women's empowerment and equality. And microcredit played a role. Of course, non-governmental organizations have played a tremendous role of women's equality. And I believe that Bangladesh had been also lucky to get prime ministers, women prime ministers, who had been a champion of women's rights in a big way. So that is again, and the current prime minister who was my prime minister when I was ambassador in 1996. And she had been a big champion for promoting women's rights, women's equality, and speaking up all over the world in support of that. So this is Bangladesh. I think Bangladesh, very early stage of their independence in 1971, decided that people's efforts are more important than looking at the central government to help them. So they have got, and then uh, the programs like microcredit and other things came very handy and empowered them tremendously.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We have so many more questions. I wish we could just sit here all day and have you speak. It was wonderful to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
will be also. I mean, I'm happy. Like Afghanistan, Bangladesh has also a woman ambassador to the UN. She is the second ambassador here, woman ambassador, and we feel absolutely confident of her advocacy for women's rights, women's equality, and empowerment. So that is a big mm, confidence that we have in the diplomatic representation at the United Nations.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. This has been terrific. And I share Morgan's sadness. We have so many great questions, but we know our time is limited.
Send those questions, Morgan, to me by
Great.
email, and if I can, I will directly address them, or I will send it to you, and you can forward it to them.
That's a terrific idea. All right. So those of you who've asked questions, take hope. I think there'll be a chance for you to have your questions answered. Ambassador, I'm going to thank you. And we are now going to go to a little 5-minute break, after which we'll be honored to hear from Ambassador Kelly Curry and Ambassador Roya Ramani.
Before you go,
Mhm.
my immense apologies for choking up a few times.
Oh,
So please.
no, please. Actually, I think that speaks to your sincerity, and we're
No,
grateful.
it is a good thing for men to cry.
I agree. Well, good for you. All right, everyone. We will see you in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's Professor Valerie Hudson again from the Program on Women, Peace, and Security at Texas A&M University. And we're very pleased now to start our session with Ambassador Kelly Curry, who is the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues, as well as Ambassador Roya Rahmani, who is the Afghan ambassador to the United States. So we're just gonna get the tech all set, and then we will go ahead and have Ambassador Curry lead off with Ambassador Rahmani following. Okay, Morgan, where are we on this?
I believe that they're here and they should be able to unmute themselves.
Ambassador Curry, are you here? I see Ambassador Rahmani, and it's so nice to see you.
Thank you for having me.
I wish we could meet in person, but it was not meant to be this year.
Likewise.
Let's see if Ambassador Curry is here. Ambassador Curry, are you here? It's hard to see through all of these. Well, okay. You know, Ambassador Rahmani, I think we may have to start with you because
She's
there.
yeah,
She's there.
she's unmuted, but I'm not sure if we can hear her.
Yeah, I can see her name.
okay.
Third screen.
Ambassador Curry is running late, and she will be with everyone shortly, and she asked that Ambassador Rahmani start. So Ambassador Rahmani, may we ask you to go ahead and address your thoughts on UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Thank you. I'll mute myself now.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you. I'm so delighted to be here today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. And I am looking to the future of women, peace, and security alongside such a great panel of speakers that gives me hope. I am especially delighted to be co-presenting today, this morning, with my very wonderful friend, Ambassador Kelly Curry, that even switched the order that we were supposed to go. So I'm looking very much forward to hear from her very soon. Ambassador Curry is definitely an incredible advocate for women and women's rights all around the world. I want to also take an opportunity to thank Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University, especially Dean Mark Walsh, and you, Dr. Valerie Hudson, for your work in bringing this symposium together. It's unfortunate that this year's symposium can't be held in person, but I'm glad that despite the pandemic, so many people are still coming together virtually to discuss and think about these very critical issues. These are unprecedented times, needless to say, but the women, peace, and security agenda has not ceased because of COVID, and I am grateful to see that your attention has not either. We don't have the luxury of getting distracted. We must press on. So to share a few words from the context I come from, I would like to say that Afghans are very familiar with the necessity of pushing through crises towards progress. We are no strangers to the strength and resiliency needed to overcome profound challenges. We also know that the ability to face the future with hope and vision is only truly effective counter to difficult situations. As I prepared for this symposium, I found myself reflecting on the fact that the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was originally crafted in part with Afghanistan in mind. When the resolution was adopted, I was coming of age and prospects for my country were bleak. However, since 2001, millions of lives have changed, including my own. It is because of the values outlined in this very resolution that I am able to be in front of you all today here and speaking to this audience. Women were unable to reclaim their voice after a period of unbelievable oppression. Despite all the progress that we have made, there is still so much more needed. It's important that we celebrate these incredible progress that we have made. Women are now making 28% of the Afghan legislative body. It's higher than global average. And they are in an unprecedented position historically in terms of their numbers in high-level decision-making government position. Afghanistan has female ministers, generals, ambassadors, and there are around 6,000 women in Afghanistan's national security forces. These women have voluntarily registered to take part in protecting the country. Women are now working as artists, athletes, and musicians. They are enriching Afghan culture, and their presence in these fields serve as a symbol of security and budding culture of peace. Women of my generation, myself included, we were forced to decide whether to stay in the house or put on a burqa. Now, the women who were constrained to view the world through the tiny windows of a burqa or sitting across the table from their former oppressors, negotiating peace on behalf of the Afghan government and people. And while playing sports was an unreachable dream for me as I was growing up, we now have women paragliders and an Academy Award film about young female skateboarders in Afghanistan. The progress we have witnessed has been slow but steady and life-changing for the Afghan people. We have accomplished all of this, but still we know the biggest challenge and achievements are yet to come. We have made several plans and policies to ensure our compliance to the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. And we are actively working to prevent violence against women and release them from the yoke of oppression. I believe the most effective way to do this is by institutionalizing protections for women. We need laws to be enforced, international pressure for gender equality to be intensified. Strong policies must be put in place, and constitution that protects women's rights must be preserved. The preservation of Afghan system of republic and our constitution, which guarantees equality, are crucial to securing the progress that women have made, and in turn, the progress and future of our society and nation. But we cannot forget that the resolution also calls for reaffirming the important role of women in prevention and resolution of conflict and in peace building. And it's stressing the importance of their equal participation and full involvement in all efforts for the maintenance and promotion of peace and security. That clause is what Afghans look for our future. Women's roles in peace at every phase, from peacemaking to peace building to peace maintenance. We know that there can be no durable peace unless that peace is inclusive, But let's look at that clause in two pieces. First, it speaks of the important role of women in preventing and resolving conflicts. We know that women are excellent peacemakers and peace builders. This is in part due to women's skill in moving decision-making processes forward through their ability to promote consensus, prioritize inclusivity, and increase society-wide support. Women are skilled at engaging at the community level and strengthening civil society. In Afghanistan, women have successfully encouraged local insurgents to participate in peace talks, coordinated with the wives of the insurgents to facilitate several hostage releases, and worked in the schools and civil society organizations to counter extremism. The second half of the clause speaks to the importance of women's equal participation and full involvement in maintaining peace. The importance of this has been clear time and again. When making peace, there is a positive relationship between the strength of women's influence and the likelihood of the agreement being both reached and implemented. Additionally, women are fully empowered participants in peace processes. They are more likely to prioritize inclusivity, drawing in marginalized groups, and ensuring peace processes don't neglect social and humanitarian issues. However, empowering women to contribute to manifesting peace does not mean involving them in peace negotiation. That does not just mean involving them in peace negotiations. It means addressing related issues that hold women back too, like focusing on women's economic empowerment, ensuring access to public office, and overall promoting women's participation in public spheres. A number of issues must be addressed to promote this. First, as long as women's access to capital is far below men's and childcare continues to be solely women's responsibility, women will have less work experience and less of a connection to the networks, and therefore will not have a fair share of capital. The biggest gender gap still remains in areas that prevent women from ever being able to access these positions of power, is namely access to capital and equity. Women cannot open bank accounts still in 72 countries around the world. Women only own 28% of the businesses worldwide and have received $1.7 trillion less when applying for finance and micro, small, or medium enterprises. Great progress has been made on women's issues, including economic issues, in the past 20 years since the UN Security Council resolution was adopted. But the World Economic Forum estimates that it will take 257 years for women to reach economic parity with men at the pace that we are going right now. And without being economically empowered, women will not be fully empowered on many other levels as well. Second, if women are not really power holders, then they are not a true party to both peacemaking and peacekeeping. They may take part, but their role is more informal, symbolic, and sometimes less influential. The role women play in societally by building up a culture of peace is critical, but women need formal involvement in the processes as well. Third, women have to work disproportionately hard on image building in the very foggy world of social media, where information, true or false, spreads rapidly and uncontrollably. This disadvantage has been clearer than ever during the COVID-19 pandemic. While countries that are led by women have on average suffered half as many deaths as those led by men, the Reykjavik Index indicates that the percentage of people who think women are as capable of leaders as men has declined among youth during this pandemic. Biased critiques of women leaders is not specific to the pandemic. Women are much more likely to lose the confidence of their employers or constituencies during crises than men do. In fact, they are more often even blamed for the situation as well. Even though women are often mistreated, they cannot be just viewed as victims. They must be viewed as latent power, as an opportunity for growth, and as a chance for peace, because they are. It has been made clear time and time again that women's empowerment and inclusion is not a nicety, but a necessity in order to forge a secure, prosperous future and a durable peace. We know this very well in Afghanistan. And this is why it is so important that we preserve the gain that we have been making over the past 2 decades. Afghan women want peace more than anything, but not peace at any cost. They seek peace that honors their dignity and freedom as equal citizens. In fact, most of the population is not okay with peace being built on the backs of Afghan women. 66% of the Afghans say they would not vote for a president who accepted a peace agreement that jeopardized women's education, and 65% say they wouldn't accept a deal that affects women's ability to work outside their house. This is because Afghans realize the enormous value women add to the society. How we approach the inclusion of women in this pivotal moment will be a determining factor in the future of our country. From our national security to our economic development to our international partnership. Right now, we have an opportunity to continue building a future of peace and prosperity. This means we must continue to manifest the principles of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. This means promoting freedom. This means promoting empowerment and peace. We uplift women. When we uplift women, we uplift all of society. Alice Walker said, "The most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any." I am telling you right now, you have the power to try to change the world for better. So let's join hands together and do it. I thank you.
Oh, that was terrific, Ambassador Rahmani. That was just terrific. And while I'm itching to ask you questions, I know that Ambassador Curry has joined us. Ambassador Curry, would you like to offer your reflections on the 20th anniversary of 1325?
Thank you, Valerie. And it's always an honor for me to appear with my dear friend, Ambassador Rahmani. Roya and I have come to work together over this past year on so many things. And it's an honor to continue to work with her, especially on these agendas. And we're I just came from, it's a busy dialogue day here at the State Department. We're having a bilateral dialogue with our friends from Uzbekistan. And I just had to give a presentation on our women, peace, and security cooperation in Uzbekistan, which is very closely tied through a trilateral engagement that we have with Afghanistan and Uzbekistan and the United States, that we are working together on a particular aspect of this that focuses on both women's economic empowerment and women, peace, and security, and how we are working together on those issues, the three countries. And it's been great. This was an innovative approach that the Uzbek and Afghan governments came to us with, and we're really thrilled to see the development of a women, peace, and security consciousness in countries like Uzbekistan, and a real drive to cooperate in supporting Afghanistan through these trilateral and bilateral mechanisms. It's a real sea change, and it speaks to the progress that we've made in the past 20 years since the passage of UNSCR 1325. It's great to see Ambassador Chowdhury again, the second time this week. I think I've been on a panel with Ambassador Chowdhury to talk about this issue, this critical issue for us. This is a major policy priority for the United States. We're working across a number of different internal and bilateral and multilateral platforms to integrate women, peace, and security into our foreign policy and national security architecture, both in terms of how whether it's our recruitment and retention of women into our armed forces and into our police and security forces and National Guard and Coast Guard and all of those things, and making sure that women are able to take advantage of the same opportunities as men in our security forces in the United States, as well as in our partnerships with other countries, and then through our multilateral platforms. We cut across so many different things with women, peace, and security, and this is an issue that's not only a national security priority for the United States and part of our national security strategy, but it's also something that's really close to my own heart, having been in 2000, I was working with a lot of women's organizations on the Thai-Burma border who were very active in the formation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. And they were primarily women from minority or ethnic and religious minorities in Burma who had faced armed conflict, who had fled armed conflict, and who were trying to change the dynamic within their own societies that had been victims of armed conflict for decades at that point, and were trying to rebuild their communities, trying to provide essential services to communities, and then developing their own political consciousness as leaders. And I saw how important to them UNSCR 1325 was, how hard they worked to secure the passage of a strong text in this resolution, and how critical it has proven to be as a tool for them and for women like them around the world who see this resolution and the institutions that have been built up around it in the past 20 years as their entry point into discussions that they had been locked out of for decades. And we know the facts, and part of the reason we have all the good data is because of work like the work that Dr. Hudson and you as her students and the university have done to study the impact of women's participation in peace processes and as peacekeepers, and to help us understand both what has worked and where the gaps remain. And it's really critical that we continue to build out that base of data and knowledge and apply the positive and negative lessons learned as we continue to develop this critical agenda item. We're working at the US government at the federal level to implement the Women, Peace, and Security Act of 2017. And I'm always proud to say that this bipartisan legislation that was passed nearly unanimously by both houses of Congress and then signed by President Trump made us the first, and I think still the only country in the world to have national level legislation that incorporates the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. It's been a great tool for me in doing my work here in the State Department and with our other responsible agencies at the U.S. Agency for International Development, as well as the Department of Defense and our Department of Homeland Security. We have a great partnership, and having that legislation, having the national level strategy that was issued by the White House last year, and then having our own implementation plans to work against that strategy has made it so that we have not only the will and the desire and the enthusiasm for this, but we have the tools. And we're continuing to build out our own data collection and metrics and measurements of how we're doing. And so I look forward to continuing to hear from the community of practice, of which Texas A&M is a prominent member, about how we're doing, what we can do better. This is a really important thing for us. And we've built out, I think, a very strong basis to continue growing U.S. leadership on women, peace, and security. And, you know, it's very clear that this is not something, as much as we're devoting internally to our own resources, it's not something we can do alone. And we need partners, whether it's Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, or our partners in NATO, or our partners in the Quad, or our partners in the Security Council, to help make this this agenda a reality and give it the meaning and the meaningfulness that it really needs. It's been and as we've done this, as we've had this year of reflection and celebration of UNSCR 1325, we've also been dealing with this enormous challenge of COVID-19 and the disproportionate impact that it has had on women and girls, as Ambassador Rahmani was saying. But we've also seen how the resilience and the power of women in response to this pandemic has really shown how it's the issues that have been spotlighted as a result of this pandemic were always there. But I think that what we've really seen, and what I've seen and been most encouraged by, is the incredible leadership and the bravery and the incredible role that women have played in driving not only the response to this pandemic as health workers on the front lines, as soldiers and peacekeepers delivering critical humanitarian supplies, as political leaders in countries all around the world who are making difficult decisions and challenging and dealing with challenging contexts. We've really seen the limitlessness of women's roles and responsibilities. And I think that it also is critical that we, especially now, have an opportunity to have women be the drivers of the economic recovery as well. And we're very focused on that, both at home and overseas. So this has really been a year of resilience and challenge, but I think it's shown the strength that women bring to these challenges. As I've been asked on a number of occasions over the past couple months to think about the future of WPS and what we need to be doing, looking around the corner. And I've given this a lot of thought. And one of the themes that I keep coming back to is how, as strong as we feel we are in terms of the normative framework and the development of institutions and a body of practice and a real a real awareness around the effectiveness of women, peace, and security as a driver of security, as a platform for making our peace processes more inclusive and effective and sustainable, that we continue to need to secure and shore up the idea behind women, peace, and security at a fundamental level. And I think that this has become very clear to us in the past couple of years as we've really you know, if you go back and look at the adoption of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda, it was not unanimous. I think we can say that, and there continues to be a divide within the permanent members of the Security Council on the Women, Peace, and Security agenda, and the role of the necessity of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda as a Security Council item. And we continue to see that countries, well, in particular, I might as well just call them out, Russia and China, have continue to work to weaken and undermine the normative framework of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Now, when you think about what this means and why it's happening, I think you have to first start at the reason that we think women, peace, and security is so important. You know, we've seen around the world, and Roya talked about, Ambassador Rahmani talked about the challenges that Afghan women faced under the Taliban and why it is so critical that we not go back to those days. But we know that the proximate consequences of the repression of women, of the restriction on their rights, on the attempt to erase women from society and deny them agency and opportunity, has been to weaken and fundamentally damage the social fabric, the economic capabilities, and the peace and stability of Afghanistan. And we also know that the inverse is true. Again, when we talk about the data and the research, that societies where women have opportunities, where they are fully empowered to participate in the economic, political, social, academic lives of their communities and countries, those societies are more successful, more prosperous, more stable. This is all, you know, it's almost an article of faith now. But yet, why do we continue to not do all the things that we can and should to make sure that women are able to fully participate and that countries are taking these decisions at the country level? I think that what we see is that you have countries that haven't really adopted this. Again, these things seem very straightforward and obvious to us, but we continue to see countries that argue in the Security Council that talking about these issues has no place in the Security Council, that these issues are essentially irrelevant to issues of international peace and security, and they are permanent veto-wielding members of the Security Council. So despite the strength, the evidence, all of the things that we come to rely on when we talk about women, peace, and security, we still continue to face this resistance. Now, why is it that Russia and China continue, and then certain elected members of the Security Council likewise continue to resist this agenda or have limited support for it? I think that you have to look at what's going on at home in these countries. In countries that have poor legal systems and poor protections for human rights in general, that don't respect and uphold the inherent dignity of individuals, including women, that you're going to see those policies and the mentality that informs the absence of human rights at home carry over into their behavior in the international community as well. And we also know that when in places where civil society is repressed, where human rights are denied and not protected, where freedom of expression, freedom of religion and belief are denied, that human dignity suffers and that women often bear the brunt of these problems. And when you have countries that epitomize this approach to societal organization and development, as Russia and China, and especially China increasingly does, there is a challenge when that's the when the respect for individual human rights is the fundamental underlying bedrock of 1325. If you have countries that reject that idea in whole or in part, then obviously they're going to have problems with 1325. We've seen this as recently as last month, where you may have tracked that on the anniversary, the 20th anniversary, the presidency of the Security Council was held by Russia. They put forward a Women, Peace, and Security resolution, anniversary resolution, that watered down and weakened the normative framework and moved us backwards. And this is not the first time we've seen this. This is a habitual behavior on the part of Russia and China to fight against, to undermine, to try to remove protections, to try to take women, to take gender advisors out of peacekeeping missions, to take human rights observers out of special political missions. This is a constant rearguard action that we are continually fighting at the Security Council, and at the crux of where the Women, Peace, and Security agenda is informed and moved forward. So as long as we see the UN becoming this platform for attacks on this agenda, we're going to continue to have to shore up and continue to brace the normative framework. And so I think that it's really important, especially for scholars and for students who are looking at this as a field of study, to understand that as much progress as we've made, we continue to have to work to secure the citadel that is the Women, Peace, and Security agenda, and to really ensure that countries that don't uphold human rights at home are not able to work their will in the international system. So I think that, you know, it's no surprise that we see countries that don't respect human rights at home trying to undermine them on the international stage. But what we do about it is the real challenge. And I think that we continue to try to build out an international coalition with our like-minded partners and to focus on those areas where we do have convergence and continue to have a strong consensus and build out from those, and to bring in new partners. Again, this is why it's so important to see countries like Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Vietnam, other countries around the world that have not historically been I would say on the leading edge of proponents of women, peace, and security, embrace this agenda as critical and as important and as a place where they want to show leadership. So we'll continue to work with our historic partners as well as bring in new partners into this effort and just keep pressing forward while shoring up the rear, I guess, as we would say. And I think that the other thing that gives me hope is the coming up generation that has taken these things in, again, as an article of faith, that it's important for women, for minorities, for inclusiveness to be part of our security dialogue, and that's the future and not the old way of thinking. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Valerie, to Dr. Hudson, and look forward to this very exciting discussion we're having today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ambassador Curry, and thank you, Ambassador Rahmani. I will take the first question as Morgan is assembling the questions from the audience. I bet you can imagine what it would be, and it's a question to both ambassadors. As we look to changes in Afghanistan, with the hopefully the coming peace agreement, plus perhaps an anticipated withdrawal of U.S. troops from that country. What can, those who believe in women, peace, and security, for example, the U.S. government, what can the U.S. government do to shore up the respect for women's rights that Ambassador Rahmani talked about, with the 66% opposing any peace deal that would infringe on women's education, and 65% opposing a peace deal that would inhibit women's ability to work outside the home. Is the situation serious, Ambassador Rahmani? Do we see the potential for the loss of those rights to education and working outside the home? And then Ambassador Curry, what can the United States government do to make that kind of negative outcome less likely? I'll turn it over to you too.
Thank you. Well, it's always great to share a stage or a screen with my friend, Ambassador Curry. I'm glad you were able to finish your other engagement and join us in time. Whether there is that concern, yes, there is. Because, and it is very valid. Women in particular are extremely concerned, but I would like to just put it in a way that not only for people who are interested in preservation of those gains and believe in rights and equality of women as an essential part of the society, but just for whoever who wants peace and security. If they are going to alienate women, if they are going to oppress their society, it will not even lead to the durable peace that we are after. So that durable peace would only be real and possible should all the gains we have had not only be preserved, but there should be hope for the new generation that they can take it to the next level, that they can prosper, that they would have hope moving forward. Because other than that, it is not only an issue, an ethical issue or a moral issue, it's a national security issue. Women's rights is proven that it is a very important pillar of that. National security, economic development, and much more. So if that is sacrificed, then we will not get to the peace that we have all invested so much in, and we are longing for it for now 40 years. So that's absolutely essential, but is there concerns? Certainly, for a lot of the reasons that I addressed in my remarks, that it is not only about participation of women, but really making sure that we have the system to preserve it, promote it, and nurture it.
Ambassador Curry?
Well, I think that over the past 20 years, our partnership with the women of Afghanistan has been an incredible, has just led to incredible changes. And Roya and whether it's Ambassador Rahmani or Del Raz, the ambassador in New York, the permanent representative of Afghanistan there, the incredibly accomplished and serious women, the 4 women who are representing Afghanistan on the negotiating team in the inter-Afghan dialogue, the Afghanistan peace negotiations, and the women up and down the Afghan government, the judges, the lawyers, the police officers, the ministers, the soon-to-be deputy governors who are going to be deployed all around the country, the mayors and teachers and doctors, all of these women who have, when they were given just the slightest opportunity, rushed into that space to grab it and hold it. And they're not going to give it up. I think that that's, yes, we are deeply concerned because we recognize that the Taliban continues to hold on to an ideology, and Ambassador Rahmani and I were talking about this, that has no place in the modern world. I mean, you can't find this. Even when I look at, and I think about my engagements with some of our toughest countries on women's economic empowerment and women's rights, whether it's Saudi Arabia or the UAE, where we're seeing tremendous changes in those countries, and they're reforming their laws and practices. Sudan is outlawing things that, outlawing female genital mutilation and insisting on women's participation in politics. And you're seeing these countries that used to form kind of a bulwark around the behavior of the Taliban and allow for an ideological affinity around these things, but they are changing incredibly rapidly in the direction of moving toward empowerment of women, of enablement of women, and of recognizing that women represent a store of value in their society, not some, and that they should be active in the economy and active in the security forces. And so I think that you have less of a they have less ideological resources in a way, and they're more ideologically isolated today than they were 20 years ago. I'm not sure that they recognize that yet, and that they recognize even within Afghanistan how little support there is for the views that they hold on to. That said, there is still support for those views. And I think we do have to recognize that, and I say this and sometimes, the Taliban didn't fall from outer space. They did come from a place within a deeply conservative society that reflects values that are still held in parts of Afghan society that have not yet been reached by the transformation that we see in other parts of the country. I think that it's, so we do have to continue to use the tools that we have, whether it's as donors and making sure that our assistance supports approaches that are recognize the inherent dignity of all human beings and are working toward inclusive society in Afghanistan. And it's not just about, the rights of women, but it's also about the rights of minorities, religious and ethnic minorities, who have been marginalized and discriminated against and targeted by the Taliban and by others. And the need to build up again, even in a democracy that's been around for more than 200 years, we still struggle with habits of coalition and compromise and overcoming polarization within our own society. We continue to have challenges there. So it's not like democracy is the panacea or makes everything perfect and easy. We know that's not true, but we do believe that as a political system, it does provide the greatest opportunity for rights to be respected and for government to be responsive to and accountable to the people. I think that the statistics that Ambassador Rahmani cited earlier are important, but the part that worries me is the 30 to 40% of people who still don't accept these, what we think of again as very basic ideas that women should be treated equally. That's the part that worries me. And I've seen this when we were doing data on some of our own programs, and we got back, some of the program data that at the end of a program that we had run on women's empowerment, we still had, 20% of the participants who filled out a survey and said, yeah, we don't really believe in women's equality. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So again, this is a real thing. We have to deal with it, that not everybody is quite as on board as we would like them to be, but I think we have to keep working at it and using all the tools that we have. But I am mindful that, this is a different Afghanistan than 2000. And what's really been heartening to me is to see the men on the negotiating team stand up for women's rights and to insist on the inclusion of their female counterparts, that they don't allow the Talib to exclude the women. They force them, they treat them with respect and they treat them as equals, and that sets the tone. And I think that's really important. I do have to think though that, we've got to get out of some of the old habits that still persist. And even at the UN, even at, with a Secretary General who has claimed a mantle of women's empowerment in the way he approaches his staffing and all of these things, we still see the vast majority of the negotiators that he has appointed are men, and they take the same old approach where, oh, let's get a bunch of men with guns who caused a problem around the table and try to solve it with them. And I'm like, to me, this reeks of that definition of insanity that, you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And the idea that a bunch of men with guns who caused the problem in the first place are the path to the solution for it is just ludicrous to me, but yet that's what we keep doing. And we keep doing it here at the State Department too. So, we've got some pretty deeply ingrained habits that we've got to break out of. We're trying, I think, to do that with Afghanistan. The Afghan government is trying to do that. And but the idea that this is just an Afghanistan problem is also, no, it's a worldwide global problem that we're dealing with.
Thank you. Well said. Those are really interesting reflections. I'm going to turn the time over to Morgan now so that we can hear from our audience members. And we'll go to 10:50. Okay.
Okay, so this question is also for both of you. So laws to ensure women's inclusion and equality in society are vital. However, it seems that in many cases, there's a wide gap between the laws of a nation and the practices on the ground and in reality. So in your opinion, what is the best way to ensure that the practices match the success of these groundbreaking laws that are ensuring women's empowerment? And we can start with you, Ambassador Rahmani.
Sure. It's a good question. Yes, it is one thing to draft nice laws and well-worded policies, put them on the shelf and let them collect dust, or another thing to really make those changes on the ground and have it implemented. So a few different ways that we have noticed. Number one is the laws and policies must really go hand in hand, and policies should even take the driving seat, in a sense that when we experienced this in Afghanistan, that the government made a point to ensure, for example, to at least have for each 34 province a deputy governor who is a woman. This does a whole range of things. Number one, it helps with implementation of whatever the good laws will be there. Number two, it is opening the space for women and asserting their presence. Number three, it brings their concerns and issues that women are faced and representing their families and societies into the table out there. Number four, it brings it changes and breaks the norms and the traditional habits of thinking that this is not a woman's position. It's not easy. Ambassador Curry said it very well. It is just these old habits we see getting repeated and repeated. There is a lot of nice rhetoric being recited, but when it comes to practice, it goes back to the same way, including that how to make peace and how to resolve conflict, bring everybody with a gun together, right? So, and but then it is not easy, but the very first step, the very first thing that, for example, that policy does is it enforces that the women would be at that forefront, that their physical presence has to, whether they like it or not, it's there. And we have witnessed firsthand how it changes. They may not like it, they make it difficult, it's challenging. There's a whole range of things going on for women when they do that, and especially if they do it for the first times. But then it makes that space for them, and then it makes that model for the new generation. So for laws to be implemented, the policies must go hand in hand and actually be at the driving seat. The other thing to make sure that law enforcement really finds footing within the society and gets implemented is that people must have access to the legal system. They have to trust that legal system. There must be law and order. The laws must be, or the legal system must be accessible. I will again share with you an example of the Afghanistan. Majority of people would never refer to the laws or the codified laws, because we have that system of what is written there. It is more a perpetual system of practices, right? And sometimes even with when Ambassador Curry very well referred to, there is a big percentage of people who are still saying, no, we like the old ways because it is within the comfort zone. It is what keeps them, it's ingrained and enshrined within their own belief systems. And then it's easy. Just referring to the system that, for example, Taliban had for their own justice system. It was more of a elders or a number of people getting together and trying to resolve a dispute. There is the reason a lot of people or some people would or have to subscribe to that is that it is very fast paced. They get together, whether it is right or wrong, whether it is just or not, they make a decision and the decision would be implemented. But when if you go through the route of the legal system, it will be a lot more time consuming, right? So, and it's not, again, unique to Afghanistan. This is true with all the legal systems. But the more accessible it becomes, and the more it's implemented with no exception. It is the same for everybody. There is no impunity. People do not live above the law. It addresses other issues of governance. The more it is possible to serve for the good of people and the good of the society.
I think Ambassador Rahmani answered that beautifully. As a lawyer myself, I tend to think about the law, it can cut two ways, right? It can be the leading indicator, and you can, like civil rights legislation in this country, the law came first, and then that moved institutions and attitudes to change toward and converge toward that law, and we're still working on that. Or the law can be the lagging indicator and codify things that have already, a society that's already moved in a certain direction. And we've seen that, for instance, in this country with marriage rights and the ability of people to get married. And so I think that, the different countries and different societies, the law, and even in a society, the law can work both ways, and you have to have the capability for it to do that. But I think that that's right. I think there are a few things that you can do to help make sure that the law matches up with practice and is reflecting the best practice. And key to that is, as was said, is leadership. And you have to have good leadership and leadership that's trying to move the society forward. And in the case of women, I think that there are a few key things. Civil society is obviously very important to hold governments accountable for implementation of the law, to help create that context of equal justice under the law and equal access to the law that Ambassador Rahmani talked about. And then education and awareness around the law is also really critical. If people don't know that this is the law, or that this is what the law creates or allows, or that these rights are enshrined in law, then how are they, it doesn't matter if they have access if they don't know that there's a law that protects them in the first place. So making sure that these things are part of education from an early age and throughout. And then also, I think where a lot of this comes down to, and why we take an integrated approach with women's economic empowerment and women, peace, and security, is that when women are economic actors and their economic rights are available and can be asserted, and as Ambassador Rahmani was saying about, being able to open a bank account, being able to own and inherit property on an equitable basis, being able to get a business license and be able to sign a contract in your own name. This is, these are these property rights, these essential rights that allow women to have agency as economic actors, also help build up the practice and build up because hopefully most people go through their day-to-day lives without having to interact with the courts and the police and law enforcement too much. That's the goal, right? Is that you shouldn't have to, they should be there keeping society safe and maintaining law and order, but everybody shouldn't be dealing with the police every single day. But you are in the marketplace every day, engaging in economic transactions. So we see women's economic empowerment as a real driver of how you can enshrine and cement these things into the day-to-day practice.
Okay, and then my last question is, what progress do you hope that we will have made in the next 20 years, and what do we need to do to ensure that we can achieve this vision? And we can start with you, Ambassador Curry, and then we'll go to Ambassador Rahmani.
Well, I guess going back to what I was saying before, if the challenge that's the greatest ahead of us is kind of trying, I guess, to subvert the dominant paradigm where we still fall into this habit of let's get a bunch of men with guns around a table and try to work out a peace deal with them. Getting us beyond that, if in 20 years we have a different mode that's more regularly and routinely applied to negotiations on peace and security and to those issues, then that's what progress looks like to me. That's what success looks like to me, is that instead of asking the people who caused the problem in the first place to solve it, looking at those who have the greatest incentive to solve the problem, whether it's the women in the community leaders, and those who've been suffering from violence, and giving them equal footing at negotiating tables, or giving them a better priority and their needs and their impulses a higher priority than than dealing with the wants and needs of the people who are causing the problems in the first place, then that's meaningful progress.
Awesome. Do you have any thoughts you want to give us, Ambassador Rahmani, before we break?
Sure. And this is not a genius new thought. I just want to repeat exactly what Ambassador Curry said, because I don't think it's being repeated. I don't think it has been heard enough. You cannot just make peace by just bringing those people with the gun around, with the same power wielders that have gotten places to the place that they are today. So that paradigm needs to change. I'm intentionally repeating this because I don't think it has been said enough or heard enough or understood enough or has taken enough. So the second point I want to make is that in the next 20 years, we will witness huge changes. We are just seeing the tip of the iceberg with the COVID and how much we need to shift our own ways. We were not prepared. It caught us by surprise globally, but then there is so much more going underneath. If we do not utilize all our resources and the immense potential that women bring and keep oppressing half of your body, your society, then it is not going to be, we cannot be prepared for the challenges coming ahead of us. So we need to get on with this train of change, and we must accept it, whether for some they like it or not. And for those of us who like it, we have to work harder and press harder. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador Curry. Thank you, Ambassador Rahmani. We're so grateful for the time that you spent with us. And if we do get a few other questions from the audience, maybe we'll pass those on to you and be an intermediary there for any responses that you might like. All right, well, we're going to take another 5-minute break. And when we come back, we'll be hearing from Dr. James Minnick of the Inouye Center for Asia Pacific Studies. Thank you so much. We'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, we are so glad to have everybody back. Again, I'm Professor Valerie Hudson, Director of the Women, Peace, and Security Program at the Bush School of Government and Public Service. And we are here at the 6th Annual Texas Women, Peace, and Security Symposium to celebrate the first 20 years of UNSCR 1325. Now it's going to be our privilege to hear from Dr. James Minnick. You've been reading his bio, which is very impressive. He heads the Women, Peace, and Security Group at the Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. So without further ado, Professor Minnick, go ahead and take over.
Thank you for that, Professor Hudson. I've very much appreciated the opportunity to participate in today's symposium. I enjoyed seeing Ambassador Chowdhury again. It's good to have listened to you and to be reacquainted. I was also very appreciative of hearing from Ambassador Rahmani. I spent a decade ago, I spent over 3 years working the security issue in Afghanistan. Was in Afghanistan all of 10 and most much of 11, and back in 12 and 13. Difficult challenges ahead, no doubt, made only better by the leadership representative of Ambassador Rahmani. I appreciate the questions earlier that were asking things about how do we go from, national level and international level agreements toward what is extremely an important issue, to really operationalizing it and doing things on the ground. I hope to spend the next little bit of time talking more toward that. Let me go ahead and share a screen. I've actually put together, let me pull it up real quick. I have put together a number of video clips, as well as comments, to be able to kind of walk us through and talk a little bit about this. It is, I have found that we need to talk more about this, and we don't talk about it enough. And if we don't talk about it and work through these issues, they're unlikely to make much progress in the next 20 years. I want to talk about gender diversity, inclusion, and security. Like I said, I've put a few videos in to kind of accentuate the points that we'll make. I look forward to having discussions about this. But let's begin.
We need to have more uncomfortable conversations so that we can drive more inclusion. And oftentimes it's not easy.
We're not there, but certainly we're on the right track.
I think this that echoes some of the comments we've made. While we're not there, I'm a course manager, course in session right now here at the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, and we've got smaller course right now, about the size of the number of people that are in this group right here. We did at the beginning of the course, we asked them to do a knowledge check, pre-knowledge check of where they saw their knowledge in these different areas of security. When it came to talking about gendered security, it was the least understood element of security. 82% of the class, these are mid to senior grade security practitioners, mostly in the US, saying that they had basic to little understanding about this. And so hence the need to talk more. In talking, there's some basic terms that need to be understood. We talk about sex and gender as if though these are synonymous terms. And in fact, we know they're not. Sex is biological dimorphy. I mean, this is what produces the distinct size, shape, and reproduction in humans. This is what makes males and females different, right? But gender is different. There we go. Gender is different. Gender is a social hierarchy, and it carries a specific role, status, and expectations in homes, communities, and cultures. So to be biologically male or female anywhere on the globe is the same thing. But our gender, the way we approach men and women, is vastly different. And this must be tended to. Let's take a look real quickly at this video.
No matter where they live, children quickly learn what's expected of them as they grow up. And in most countries around the world, these expectations are rigidly tied to gender roles. Boys learn they have to be strong, that seeking help is weak. They're encouraged to explore the outside world. Girls get the message that they need to look good, but not too good. In many societies, poverty and the onset of adolescence means boys are pulled out of school and sent to work, and girls leave school and are married early.
If I see the daughter in my house as a burden, and a burden that I need to watch over very carefully because I don't want her to have sex before marriage, because if she does, she's not marriageable. Then what do? I withdraw her from school as soon as she starts her periods. I keep her under very tight control, and I get her married off as quickly as I can.
There's several things that stood out to me. I might mention just a couple here. We're talking about what it was like to be a boy. And I was thinking here very recently about how hyper masculinity we see in this country, but frankly globally, has men taking an approach as if though they don't need a mask to wear a mask here in this pandemic situation. That's for weaker people to do. And as a result, not just there, but so many other aspects of being a man puts men, boys and men, at a greater risk of harm because of that type of gender role. But then women, girls and women, we find, this is troublesome as well. The video clip which was talking, and it was almost a slip of words, right? Girls being marketable and then changing to, well, marriageable. Well, either one of those, the way it was discussed ought to give a reason for pause. Yes, of course, in many countries, women are looked at as being a commodity to be either bought or sold, right? Dealing with either bride prices or dowries, and that's troubling. Or the thought that one needs to be kept so that they can be married off, and that's their lot. All of that is troubling, and yet those are aspects of gender, right? Stereotypes and social barriers are other issues that hold us back when we seek to find equity in working as men and women. When we think about stereotypes, we talk about, what are we talking about? We're talking about that which ascribes a group its traits that create social barriers. This next video talks about what we often look at when we think, what's it like to be a girl? And it's often demeaning when we ask that question. And boys and girls will frankly will describe it the same, because girls become conditioned to believe this themselves. We'll take a quick look.
Hi, Aaron. Show me what it looks like to run like a girl. My hair. Show me what it looks like to fight like a girl. Now throw like a girl.
Aw.
So do you think you just insulted your sister?
No. I mean, yeah, insulted girls, but not my sister. My name is Dakota, and I'm 10 years old.
Show me what it looks like to run like a girl. Throw like a girl. Fight like a girl. What does it mean to you when I say run like a girl?
It means run fast as you can.
Social barriers, then, these are fabricated obstacles that deny opportunities and preserve unjust treatment. And we place them all the time in the ways of girls and women to be able to advance. This next very brief video clip is from Nepal, and it is the way they're looking at a female police officer and how she brings shame being in this position, and it would be better if she was just at home.
यसको बानी एउटा ठिक छैन उसले त घरमा स्वास्नी मान्छेले गर्नुपर्ने काम पो गर्नुपर्ने हो लोग्ने मान्छे गर्ने काम लोग्ने मान्छेलाई
Well, thinking about that, I was recently watching the film on the basis of sex. You know, that's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg story. And it really, the essence of it takes place in the 1970s, not very long ago at all. And there were well over 100 laws on the United States, on US books that precluded women from being able to do many, many things. And we often think that the US perhaps is a leading country in this, and yet just a few decades ago, it was very difficult for women to advance. I was thinking about Ambassador Rahmani's comments about how it would be over 200 years before women would be on the same level economically with men. And recently saw a statistic that even in the United States, at the rate we're going, it would be 100 years before women arrived at making the same amount of money that men. So let's take a look and think real quickly. Our assumptions and our biases about others. So assumptions, you know, we accept them as truth without proof. This is how we see things. And we take biases as these personal unreasoned judgment. This quick experiment. Think about, look at this and then think, what do you see? How do you picture a person that they describe? I don't think we actually arrive to an enlightened state. I think this is something we need to constantly be checking and looking and thinking about. How do we see others? What are our assumptions and our biases? And we need to then if us in this room need to continue to do that, certainly others we engage with would benefit from that. Diversity inclusion. You know, if we're going to be able to advance a WPS agenda, it's certainly going to be rooted in the fact that we accept and embrace diversity and inclusion. And while they're both needed, they're not the same. And so I like to say that diversity is when you count the people, but inclusion is when the people count. And so you might think this another way. If we were taking a bowl of fruit, and you had an apple and a banana and a pineapple and grapes, and they all were in the same fruit arrangement, well, the only thing they have in common is they're in the same bowl. That's not the same thing as a fruit salad where all the pieces are cut up and they're all mixed in, and and one fruit complements the other. That's inclusion, and that's we need to, of course, be able to rise to. This next video kind of expresses that in the view of being on a team.
Diversity is like making the team. You've been chosen, you've got the uniform, You're part of a group. Inclusion is like playing the game. You're out on the court, a critical part of the team, being counted on to put your skills to work.
If you've ever played sports, you know that sitting on the bench and playing the game are two completely different experiences.
So if diversity is a fact, which it is, you've got one woman, two men, one black person, one white person. Okay, those are factual things. But inclusion is a choice that leaders make. So what does it feel like then if you're on an inclusive team? How do you know that your team is inclusive? Well, this quick clip kind of gives a sense of how people feel when they're on an inclusive team.
My definition of inclusion is a world and a society in which constructed barriers have been torn down.
Inclusion for me is setting up an environment where everybody is comfortable.
Open to accept other people's opinions.
All individuals, regardless of their diversity, feel welcomed, feel respected.
It means that they don't have to try to be what others expect them to be.
But really, inclusion then is a state of being valued, respected, and involved. And we need to create those types of environments for people to be in. I want to transition now as we into this latter part, having spoken about gendered diversity and inclusion, and I want to talk about 1325. We've been speaking about that now since the beginning. This kind of encapsulates what we think about when we think of 1325.
For a long time, women didn't really get to have a place at the tables which were negotiating peace, seeing through the post-conflict agendas, developing the strategies going forward. So the UN Security Council had this landmark resolution on women, peace and security.
It recognized that women suffer differently on conflict and that they needed specific policies and programs. But on the other hand, they acknowledged that women were part of the solution.
So everything from how to address women's participation in demobilization, reintegration processes, how to ensure that in the security sector reform processes, women's participation and protection issues are being addressed.
And ever since, women all over the world have adopted it as their platform for enabling them to argue the case for them to be involved in peace processes.
For the past 21 years, women have been a symbol of resilience in Somalia. Men have gone to fight, families have been separated, and the victims have been mainly women. But it is the women who have succeeded to keep their families together. It is the women who have shown the way.
There was one woman I met who we were talking about needs in terms of food and water and shelter. And she said to me, but what I really need the most is white cloth. And I looked at her and said, white cloth, what would you be needing that for? And she said, the least I can do, she said, I couldn't feed my children, but the least I can do is give them an honourable burial. And that voice, that incredibly powerful mother's voice, for her recovery and for getting society back together and being able to at least say that they had been dying with dignity was something that was so important. And I think that those voices have to be heard.
Women make up 50% of the population. How can you possibly attempt to create and maintain international peace and security when you're excluding 50% of the population?
Women and girls are those most affected by violence and conflict should also be seen as change makers, as peace builders, as people who can create a future.
It's not going to just happen overnight because we are changing the ways in which people are thinking about peace and security. It's about those community groups and the responsibility of the state first and foremost to ensure that there is a safe space for people to be able to talk and engage and raise issues, that there are systems of the state, particularly the police, to provide the kind of protection that anyone in the society, it's not just about women's protection, but everyone.
We're going to transition. We're going to talk about gendered security. But WPS really is a global framework that gives rise to this concept of gendered security. So what is it? Well, it's an approach or it's a methodology that does three things, really. It strengthens solutions to state and human security issues. It frames the individual as the security focus. And it accounts for the gender-based needs and interests in all security situations. And so if we're going to improve the security situation of an environment, we need to think about how we look at those for whom we're providing security. Often we think about security as the referent being the state. And yet, spending almost 4 decades in the military, I've watched as we've, in the United States, has been woefully successful in bringing about a better security in the last 3 major wars, whether we're talking Iraq, Afghanistan, or Vietnam. I've looked at that and thought we must do things differently. So gendered security is not a different basket of issues we look at. It's how we reframe the security situation to think about the individual as the need for security and how those needs are different. And so I recently wrote on this. It was a book chapter. It was titled Societal Violence Against Women, A Need for Gendered Security. And so some of my comments here come from that. So if we think about gendered security, there are these 4 principles. There's gendered security perspective, where we look at the diverse security needs of all. This is not just merely the fact that men and women see things differently. It's how we understand the security perspective and the needs for whom we're providing it. We're also talking about gendered security participation, or the meaningful involvement of all. A gendered security prevention, which confronts the cultural and structural catalysts that demean, devalue, debase people. And gendered security protection. We're not just talking about protection from violence, though that is critical. We're also talking about protection for the access, engagement, and participation of all. Ambassador Romani certainly, I remember her comments talking about how we needed to shore up access for women, and she's right. And so gendered security perhaps is a gender nuanced security, how we think about security from a gender nuance. We'll talk about these principles then. So gendered security perspective, it responds to the diverse security needs of all. Think about these security problems as they're showing up on your screen right now. And so if we're going to look at those security issues differently, it's because we're going to frame them. And we're going to look at the framing through understanding it's people-centric. It is a broader perspective. It is gender nuanced, and then we are looking at the collective interests. And when we do that, we can see these issues and problems differently as we go to approach their solutions for them.
When you look at security with a gender perspective, you get a broader sense of what security might be. For example, domestic violence hasn't been considered as a security threat for a long time. And there's also sexual violence, which we realized also lately has been a security issue. So it's important to ask what security is and for whom. After a peace agreement is signed, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is peace for everyone in a society. In post-conflict environments, we've seen that domestic violence sometimes even might increase. The perceptions of security is still quite narrow. It's very focused on hard security, but we know that perceptions of security is very different depending on who you ask. So when you have gender perspective of security, you look beyond hard security.
Let's talk about gendered security participation, the second principle. So it empowers the diverse, inclusive, and meaningful involvement of all, right? So what are the challenges? Well, frankly, we exclude women. And it happens many places globally, but even in this country. These other two is we segregate them. We may include them, but they're over in this group. Or equally problematic is we apply an approach towards tokenism. Well, we'll have one, therefore we can say that we have been inclusive. If those are the challenges, exclusion, segregation, and tokenism, well, we say, what is the goal? And the goal is parity. Ambassador Chowdhury brought that up as he was speaking about the Secretary General and how, while he had made some efforts in parity, he needed to expand this throughout the UN, and we do. And I've had security practitioners ask me, well, what's enough? Well, I think we find ourselves to a point where there is parity. We will probably find that we have risen to a level where we're no longer excluding. But the problem, of course, in getting to parity is there are half steps. So gender mainstreaming is inclusion, and it is a half step towards parity. And so we try to, within organizations, make it easier. We start making some accommodations. We'll bring women in, there'll be some accommodations, but they're at low numbers. Here at where I work at the APCSS, we had in 2012 put in a floor that said we will recruit towards 25% women, and we were rising from a 9% women inclusion, and so that was really important. We really did get there. And a couple of years ago, we went to an effort of going to 33% or a critical mass of women, and now we've achieved that. So where do we go now from here? Or rather, one other point that effort that we take is an add and stir. It's where we'll actually put women in there without much accommodations at all, and we think that we bring about a diverse, inclusive organization. Add and stir is actually can be very challenging towards moving towards a meaningful participation, as it creates friction and sometimes animosity. And so we have to work past that.
Participation as peacemakers and peace builders, including in peace processes and governance mechanisms. While the benefits of including women in conflict resolution and peace building are well documented, the reality is that women are largely excluded from formal peace processes and the institutions that can prevent, manage, and resolve conflict.
So let's talk about the third principle, gendered security prevention. This is the things that we do long before, while we're in peace, to try to prevent ever rising or moving towards conflict. But because it confronts these cultural and structural catalysts. This is what we do within our own country, within our own organization. If we cannot do it there, there's little hope that we will do it on an international stage. But we are talking about, when we're talking about prevention, we're talking about making sure that women have access. Access to what? Well, they have access to institutions. We're talking about those rules, norms, and practices that shape behaviors and interactions. We're talking about access to structures, or those social, political, and economic bodies and patterns that shape society. We're talking about having access to means, having access to resource, education, jobs, and time to use society's institutions and structures.
It's shown throughout all the statistics that a country's peace, prosperity, and stability is directly linked to how women are treated. And all you got to do is list the names of the countries that are prosperous economically, that are stable, that have, people are laughing, people are happy. Well, how those women are treated, access to education, healthcare, involvement in the government, involvement in business, protection against violence. Those are direct correlations.
General Susie Barzlam, a colleague of mine here in Hawaii, rightly notes that we must get after these things that I've highlighted if we are going to make a difference toward implementing gendered security or a WPS agenda. Gendered security protection, what does it do? Well, it opposes societal violence, this trifurcated violence of direct violence, which we're most very familiar with. You know, this is assault by physical and sexual means. But there is a structural violence, and it excludes through rules, roles, and responsibilities. And that structural violence is built up and buttressed by a cultural violence, which is subordination through beliefs, values, and behaviors. And so we must get after this trifurcated societal violence within our societies if we are going to make a difference in providing protection for women.
Or a 20-year-old young lieutenant or lance corporal going on a night patrol, and you face a 13-year-old girl having been gang raped by 4 either rebels or Congolese or government soldiers, what are you going to do? I have been for 39 years in Marine Corps. I thought that I had seen all the atrocities that you can think of. I was not prepared for sexual violence. What I saw on sexual violence, I was not. So if I'm not prepared, then how can be the lance corporal that we were talking about facing this 13-year-old girl being gang raped? What are you going to do? You cannot walk away from it. You have to take action.
These are real issues that security practitioners must address. Ideally, we address these things very robustly in a prevention phase so that we are not having to deal with them in a protection, but we must be prepared for them. Protection, gender security protection, though, is also protecting access, engagement, and participation for all. And absent that, women will never have a chance to be able to meaningfully contribute.
Women need equal access to credit, farm services, tools, technology, and markets. We must encourage women's leadership and participation in all levels of government. Financing for rural development must honor the rights and priorities of women and girls.
Ambassador Curry was absolutely right when she talked about how we needed to safeguard the gains that have been made and not allow them to atrophy. And that's what that gets after. So if you're a security practitioner and you are trying to understand the environment you're working in, well, gendered security analysis is an analytical framework that helps aid our thinking, right? So that and it identifies the gender-based vulnerabilities, the risks, and the needs from impacts of peace, crisis, and conflict. And we must now, if we are going to make a difference in the environments we work in, we have to understand them. And that's what a gender security analysis gets after. And so how we will do it, we'll raise questions, we'll consider the information, we'll develop strategies. Let's look at this real quick.
It's important to do a gender analysis of conflict because men and women both cause conflict in different ways and are affected by it in different ways. So if we're going to really understand conflict and have ways that will really help us resolve it, we need to have a gendered analysis. And that means not just focusing on women, but on what men and women do.
Yeah, so I want to give one example here on my last slide. I recently developed this tool, this gendered security analysis tool, PMISI PT GSP4. So what does that mean, PMISI? Well, the military uses this framework of PMISI PT, which are operational variables. And they stand for political, military, economic, social, information, infrastructure, physical environment, and time. So they can look and understand an environment through that lens. But they're having difficulty in understanding how to adapt a gendered security perspective in the work they do. And so this tool then crosswalks the gendered security principles of perspective, prevention, protection, and participation. And so viewed vertically then, this GSAT sectorally describes the application of all gendered security principles within a single operational variable of an operational environment. Just this year, the U.S. Army War College adopted this principle, this tool, this GSAT, in its campaign planning handbook on how to understand and get after it. And so this is a tool that's now used to help military commanders and staff to think about an environment. And so if you're looking at perspective, gender security perspective in the political sector, you'd be thinking about its equitable engagement in areas of influence, representation, perspective in law, civic life, decision-making, conflict resolution, resource distribution. If you're thinking about prevention in the economic operating variable, you'd think about its equitable access to jobs, loans, financial services, property rights, legal services, representation for sustainable income and livelihood. And so this looks at 32 variables to more broadly understand the environment. And if we were looking and viewing this horizontally, then the GSAT comprehensively describes the application of a single gendered security principle across all operational variables. I want to stop there and stop sharing, and then we can discuss any of your thoughts.
Thank you so much, James. It was very interesting, and I love the multimedia presentation. You certainly do a lot more with PowerPoints than I ever thought could be done.
Thank you.
Like with the others, I'm going to go ahead and ask the first question so that Morgan can be collating the audience's questions. I was very intrigued by your gender security and analytic tool, and that's kind of a springboard for a larger question, which is what's your take on how 1325 has affected what the U.S. military does? Processes, outcomes, priorities. What do you see as the difference that 1325 has made, or not?
Yeah, thank you, Valerie. Thank you for that that question. I'd actually like to frame it and then even broaden it. So here at the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, we provide executive education to mid and senior grade security practitioners from throughout the Indo-Pacific. And so we routinely have the security practitioners from 45, 50 countries that come to the center to study and learn this, to learn security cooperation efforts throughout the region. And one element of that we introduce is gendered security. It is telling that this is not well understood. So Ambassador Chowdhury, noted, 20 years ago, we started off in this effort. The U.S. has made quite a bit of success in this area, but we didn't really get after it until our first National Action Plan in 2011. And after that, in 2012, here at APCSS, we began teaching this. But we were teaching it at a higher level. This is 1325, and these are the laws and policies that govern this. And the last few years, we've gone more operationally. How do you apply it? In fact, yesterday in the course that I told you is going on now, a very question was asked. I understand, so being introduced now first time to 1325, and it is an introduction to so many. It is surprising how few really have ever heard or understand about 1325. But the question was, now that you've introduced it, how do I get after it? What do I do? What do I do differently that will change the security situations that I'm in? And I have found over and over again that is the question that is constantly asked. How do I apply this? And I think we must get, we have to have, in addition to talking at a higher level, that this is the framework that we must talk about what security practitioners can do, because if they implement this, we can improve a better security for all. I did mention that the military is adopting a gendered security and a gendered security perspective to start thinking about how this is implemented. We have, over the last several years, put in gender advisors, particularly at the component command or the service commands, so that they can think and look at these issues. But what we need not do, but yet occurs too often, is this is relegated to a small group of people who kind of look at the issue and come back and say, here's 2 or 3 things about it, but we don't give it the type of real thought that starts framing the security issue and what will we do differently than we have done in traditional security, so that we might be more successful in the next time. And so I'm hopeful that we will move toward that, but I will tell you, often it is a second thought, even though we are starting to get after it even now.
Terrific. Thank you for that. Morgan, can I turn it over to you? Do we have some good questions?
Yes, we have some really great ones. So the first one is, you mentioned the protection of women when you discussed gendered security perspective. What do you think about the different instances in which protecting women has been used more as a campaign slogan to further military interventions where the actual result has been a reversion of women's rights? How can we prevent that? And is there a way that women's security may be kept from serving as this diversity agenda or political commodity for politicians and military leaders?
That is a fantastic question, and it is so true. And the truth is that it's been used as a veil to intervene too often within one's own country or into another country. And I deplore any type actions that would seek to use that as a pretext for taking armed actions toward another. I think that when we, at the basis of this, we need communities and we need certainly states to think about this trifurcated societal violence and understand how it is interlinked, and how, when we in our culture see women as inferior, and that is the case often, way too often. And it is propped up in the way we speak in our own religions, the way we hold things values. And as a result of that, we then structurally violate women by excluding them, that they have no access to be able to participate in those efforts that are necessary for decision-making in their own homes, in their societies, or broader, and we hold them we subordinate them through a structural violence, and both of those then give way for direct violence. There are countries in the region I'm in where it is unsafe for women to be out after dark. Papua New Guinea is an example where globally 1/3 of all women have been either physically or sexually assaulted. It's 2/3 of all women when you think about countries like Papua New Guinea. And that type of violence keeps women in their place because they are, so to speak, because they are afraid to be out. So yes, it is not a pretext for action. What it is it is a call to act to improve the protection of men, women, boys, and girls. But thank you so much for that question, for highlighting that. It is such a travesty when it occurs, and it occurs way too often.
Thank you. The next question I have is, you mentioned that you have directly witnessed the positive impact that women peace builders, whether they're civilian, police, or military individuals, have had on this agenda, on the women, peace, and security agenda. But many member states assert that they do not have sufficient women who meet the UN requirements for seniority or rank to be accepted in these military and police contingents of the UN. Do you believe that there needs to be temporary special measures in order to increase women's participation in these areas? And if so, what measures do you think need to be taken?
Oh, you're absolutely right. We put up strictures and structures that delimit the possibility for women to rise. And these are, and often they're garbed in physical fitness standards. Well, you must be able to perform like this, or you can't do such and such. The U.S. Army's physical fitness standard, which is, they were moving toward a new one, has now been put on hold because it looks like it is probably not going to be fair towards women, and will exclude more than it allows in. And we do that with standards over and over and over. I find that they absolutely we hold on to them as if though there's something special about many of these standards, but all they do is they delimit women's abilities to move in. So how do you get past that? That's the essence of the question, right? There has to be special dispensations to allow to move beyond this. And otherwise, what often happens is there's this, well, women must work their way up. We'll get there. In 20 years, we'll get there. And yet the institution doesn't allow for women to actually advance very much. We don't value the roles of family in many of our institutions, and therefore it becomes very difficult. This pandemic right now is a fine example of how women are having to retreat back to providing for the family, and they're having to leave the workforce because we do not accommodate for that. If we are going to make a difference in these different mandates that place floors, like you mentioned in UN peacekeepers, we must figure out how we delimit these arbitrary standards that preclude them from being able to be very capable and competent participants. Absolutely spot on with that question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have time for just one more, so I'll go ahead with that. Women's economic empowerment has been the purview of the field of international development, specifically gender and development. However, human security, gendered security, and gender and development, while they share common goals and fields of operations, they remain siloed. So can you comment on where you see gender and development and gender security joining together through language, strategy, theory, and agenda to really combine those fields?
You know, so Ambassador Chowdhury foot stomped several times that without development, there will be no peace. And he couldn't have said it any better. And so I highlight that in this gendered security approach that recognizes that if we are going to improve the societies, the peace, prosperity, and stability of countries, it is going to be because we address those issues of development. The GSAT tool, while I didn't highlight it in the couple examples I gave, if you go back and look at it, it very specifically gets at providing women the time they need to have access to this, providing them the access to these types of resources to get after it. So I know that we're at time, and so let me just stop there, that I could not agree anymore that there is a place, that this is central and intricate to a gender security approach, is the gender development. And I just echo that Ambassador Chowdhury's comments, who had said them before I. thank you so much for this opportunity to participate. This has been a wonderful experience for me. I hope it is for the group here as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. We really appreciate your attendance here today and this wonderful presentation that you've given us and your thoughtful answers. We're now going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have our concluding speaker, Dr. Jeanette Haney of the Athena Leadership Project. So see all of you in 5 minutes. Hi, we're back again. I'm Professor Valerie Hudson, who directs the program on women, peace, and security here at the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M University. I am so pleased that we have Dr. Jeanette Haney from the Athena Leadership Project here with us today, and we're very much looking forward to your remarks. Dr. Haney, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to Professor Hudson and to Dean Welsh for the work you do for this conference in its entirety in the whole series, and for inviting me to be part of this today and to follow this incredible group of leaders when I speak. I really enjoyed Ambassador Chowdhury's opening remarks, along with all the remarks from Ambassador Curry, Ambassador Rahmani, and Dr. Minnick. And I'm thrilled to address you all and hope to learn as much from your questions at the end as I have from listening to the program today. So I have to admit, when Valerie invited me to speak as part of this conference, I was incredibly nervous because the thought of following these speakers today to address an audience of people who were likely considering 1325 and the WPS agenda and building this framework long before I even knew it existed is very intimidating. Many of you are scholars and leaders who I have followed and learned repeatedly from over the years, and I felt some significant anxiety about sharing my thoughts with you all, because my perspective on and understanding of 1325 and the WPS agenda will not line up perfectly with each of yours. But then as I thought about this more, I realized that part of the beauty of this topic is how the spirit of WPS is that embrace of the incredible diversity among human beings. And it recognizes that diversity as an integral part of what makes the WPS framework so very important. So no cookie cutter perspectives on conflict planning, management, or resolution processes are wanted, and no identical perspectives on security as whole can help. That would defeat the purpose. So in that spirit today, let me tell you a little bit about my journey and perspective on WPS as a woman in uniform, particularly a woman who came from one of the more male-dominated military services in the US military. Hopefully my perspective can help us all continue to drive progress for the next 20 years. To kick this off, there's a story that I read some years back that has it's resonated with me and stuck with me today, and I want to share it with you. In 2007, Ambassador Swanee Hunt wrote an article for Foreign Affairs titled "Let Women Rule." I see Dr. Hudson shaking her head. Yes, some of you are probably familiar with, most of you, if not all. But she wrote about the trend lines of women in leadership positions around the world and of the varied and different perspectives that women can bring to those leadership positions, particularly in the context of national security. She also explored barriers that exist to keep women from ascending to leadership positions and discusses some potential solutions. But what has really stuck with me as I considered this story in this article back in the day and almost weekly since then is a story that she relayed from the early days of the conflict in Iraq. She mentioned that in 2003, the US government searched for future leaders of Iraq in the immediate weeks and months after the fall of the Hussein regime, and that the search had yielded hundreds of men, but only 7 women. When Ambassador Hunt noticed this, she reached out to the Pentagon and urged military leaders to broaden their search. The response she got from the Pentagon leadership was, Ambassador Hunt, we'll address women's issues after we get the place secure. As she wrote in her essay, she wondered what women's issues he was referring to because she was also talking about security. I feel like that's been the story of my life for the past decade. It has repeated itself over and over again, including just this month in a conversation that I had. So we have a long way to go. I'm going to share some stories now about how I got here, the observations I made along the way that drove me into this field, and illustrate my experiences with and perspectives on 1325 and why it matters and why that diversity matters. Finally, I will leave you with the main question that I am grappling with today as well, and my version of a call to action. So you're going to hear about my own personal perspectives on women, peace, and security, but I think it's one that is important to consider as we think about what can be done for the next 20 years. To understand and bring about the kind of transformative change that I think women, peace, and security can spark, we need to cast that net as far and wide as possible. And I say all of this knowing that right now, sitting before you in a non-COVID world, I would have said standing before you, I stand on your shoulders, the shoulders of giants. So thank you all, and bear with me for the next bit of time. As I mentioned in my bio, I am completing 22 years in the Marine Corps this month, which followed 4 years at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. I'm an attack helicopter pilot by trade, but I had a bit of a non-conventional career. I spent half of my time on active duty. I deployed overseas to Iraq and other locations and spent the other half serving time on the Joint Staff and at Headquarters Marine Corps as a reservist, working my way through my doctorate and raising my children with my husband, a fellow Marine. I finished up my time in uniform, going back on active duty to develop research and strategy for the new talent management efforts of the Marine Corps. In this role, I tried mightily to bring greater WPS awareness into Marine Corps discussions of warfighting consideration, planning, execution, and manpower and talent management. If you had told me a decade ago what 1325 was and that 10 years later I'd be working on WPS in the military, I would have run screaming from the room. I would have avoided it like the plague. I suspect that many of you had similar inauspicious beginnings in this field because working in conflict environments, national security, government, and similar areas can have that effect. But as a woman in the military, the last thing that I wanted to do was to identify as a woman or with other women. I just wanted to fit in. I wanted to be one of the guys and to survive. And for the first part of my career, I did that quite well. I spent the first decade on active duty flying Cobras. As the third woman to fly Cobras in the Marine Corps, that meant that I was the first female pilot in my squadron and the only one for a long time. Like so many others, I joined the Marine Corps and sought to join the attack helicopter community because I wanted to be challenged and wanted to lead and to prove myself in a meaningful way. The Marines seemed to be the perfect fit for me, and flying Cobras was my passion. The Cobra community is also a very aggressive, type A, hyper-masculine, if you will, bunch. And the saying was that Cobra pilots eat their young, meaning I had to have my act together to compete. So I did. And shortly after I joined my squadron, my first squadron, 9/11 happened. For the next few years, I was deployed more than I was home. It was a hard time for myself and for me and for my husband, but a very energizing one for me. I became an instructor. I took on more leadership roles in the squadron. And while I lived under a microscope, as you might imagine, I took skepticism from men when they initially met with me, flew with me, worked with me. And I recognized that the jury was still out no matter what I did. And every time I walked in a room, I learned to live with those feelings. In some ways, I embraced them because I felt they made me tougher, right? I believe that I had beaten those stereotypes, the biases, that those things didn't really matter and that they didn't apply to me. I'd figured it all out and beaten the odds. And then, because there's always a then in a story like this, I got pregnant. And 3 years later, about a decade into my career, I left active duty and this career that I loved so much after struggling and failing spectacularly to raise my daughter alone for most of the first 3 years of her life while continuing to fly in active duty. It was 2005 to 2008, so my husband was deployed for most of those 3 years as an infantry company commander, and my family at the time couldn't help out much. I did not want to leave active duty. I wanted to climb up through the ranks. I wanted to be a squadron commander one day, and I didn't leave without a fight. But I remember very, very well the day that I realized with total certainty, driving onto base with a crying toddler in the back seat and tears of exhaustion just running down my face, that I was either going to crash the aircraft with a student in the front seat or crash my car with my daughter in the back. There was no one to talk to or model, no one to get advice or mentorship from. So I left, I quit, I gave up and considered myself a failure. So you might be nodding along. This is nothing special because this happens to women all of the time. It's probably happening right now as I speak in response to COVID across the world. So it's nothing special. However, I'm telling you about it because of what happened next and how it taught me to shift my perspective and to start pushing back and challenging what I was told. That day, I resigned my commission. I ran into my former commanding officer on base. I was pretty upset, and when he asked what was wrong, I told him that I was getting out, and I told him that I couldn't make it work. And he smiled at me gently and said, "You know, Jeanette, as soon as you had a baby, the writing was on the wall. It was just a matter of time. I saw that coming. You're a mother now, and that's your real job. It's important." And his comments were no doubt meant to comfort me, but they shook me to my core. They made me feel quite angry at the waste of my time and energy, of what the Marine Corps had invested in me, and how his comments stripped me of my identity and my agency. In his eyes and in the eyes of the military as an institution, I no longer had value. I was just a mother now. None of my qualifications or leadership experiences mattered because I was a mother, a burden, and someone who simply did not belong. And I started to question, I started to doubt myself and think back on those last few years. Had I wasted my time? Had I pushed myself to exhaustion when he was right all along and it was preordained? Maybe that was just my duty. Security, war, leadership, were these others' jobs and burdens to bear? The purview of men? The institution wrote me off just as my former CEO had, and I got that message loud and clear. When I left, although I chose to leave, it was not a choice. So I left active duty, but I don't sit still very well. And I was really curious and wanted to understand my experiences, to study my role as a woman in a warfighting organization and in a warfighting organization during a time of war. So interestingly enough, my dive into WPS came by accident. You might find this both funny and sad. I was due for my third child at the end of my last semester of classes for my master's degree. And I needed a straightforward research project that I thought I could do pretty quickly. And I was sick of hearing, I've never flown with a woman before, from one male Marine pilot after another. So I decided that I'd show them. I'd do a research project to look at how female leadership was linked to interstate conflict around the world. And I'd show them. I was sure that the results would show that it didn't matter, that gender didn't matter when you talk about war and security. Shockingly, or not, of course, in this context, I found a link. And more importantly, I found WPS and I went down the rabbit hole of WPS and never looked back. And suddenly things that I'd experienced and lived through began to make more sense and to shift in perspective. I'd like to say that the light bulb came on right away and that I was a changed woman on a mission. But the truth is that the bulb did turn on, but it took a long time for me to start to see some of the structures that it could illuminate and start to understand my own experiences in those lights. It was in part due to my experiences with organizations like Women in International Security that I really began to dig in and learn about WPS and to see it as far more than what my initial impression was. But the connections between women, peace, and security, my research, and my work in the military didn't really start to emerge until I became involved in the effort to open up all previously closed combat specialties in the US military to women and to get those fully integrated. That fight was a hard one. What became apparent over those years was how deeply power, structures of power, hierarchies of power, processes that kept power focused in certain circles, how that power was linked to integration and who was selected for leadership positions in the military, and how that power was transmitted through the military, through military culture and norms as downward pressure onto those of us who were advocating for those changes. That was eye-opening for me, to see those levers of power applied in specific ways to maintain the status quo. However, what was also interesting for me was how we as women were somehow miraculously finally working together to advocate for access to positions of leadership, for the ability to serve as we are capable of, to be able to test ourselves and prove our worth just as men are. Through that process, I began to recognize that greater value in female leadership more than the simple math of added numbers. Something about the fight for integration pulled us together in a common goal in a way that felt really uncomfortable, but really necessary. So with this realization, I flashed back to my own experiences over the years. First, what I noticed on my operational deployments and how at the time I struggled to talk about these observations because nobody else seemed to notice or talk about them. For example, how flying at night or in the dark early morning hours in Iraq, we'd fly directly over houses, tearing through the darkness with the blades beating against the air. And I'd notice the families sleeping on rooftops just below the aircraft. And I'd look at them and I'd see them and I'd wonder, were we waking them up to fear? Were their children scared? How did their parents feel? Why didn't anyone talk about this? And when I tried to have those conversations, they went nowhere. And I felt really stupid and shut my mouth. How overseas, working with the local military on a live fire exercise, as I flew over the firing range, shooting the gun from the Cobra, women and children were jumping out of hiding places just a few hundred feet below the Cobra, picking up as much spent brass as they could gather. Why? What did they need? How could we help them? Were we hurting them? What conditions did they live in? And was our presence making things worse or better? How during the brief bits of free time that we had while deployed, the bodies of local women were objects of interest and at times commodities. How our presence exacerbating how was our presence exacerbating their situations? And what did that say about me and my role in the military and our presence overseas? How I instinctively emphasized gaps between myself and the other women in the service. How the interests of many service women told us to push each other away, to create daylight between us, to avoid support. You know, if there can only be one woman in the room or one woman at the table, it needs to be me, and I need to be just like one of the guys to get there. And finally, when I first started writing about my experiences as a mother in the Marine Corps for a professional military site, the significant pushback and criticism that I received, all from men, accused me of selfishness, of trying to change the institution and mold it to fit my needs. I was told it was selfish, demanding, and myopic, and dangerous. It took a long time for me to see the hypocrisy of those comments, coming as they were from those whose life choices were the ones that military career paths were structured to support and to maintain the status quo. But those comments and the observations I had and the phenomena they represented related deeply to power. And speaking of power, as a midshipman at the Naval Academy and as a female Marine, I often heard the derogatory names that we were called. I will not repeat them here. We can talk offline if you're curious. But I began to recognize how that name calling and typecasting enabled and reinforced the status quo, creating a gendered hierarchy, actually just reinforcing one that already existed. And how our instincts to push each other away and work in isolation fed that power structure. And most importantly, how that structure continued to shape and inform how the military as an institution sees war, the nature of war, the participants in war, and who war impacts. Because if women are seen as subordinate, if ideas associated with femininity are seen as less than, then some of those exact ideas and connections that we need to harness to create sustainable security and peace are neglected or discarded, if they are even seen, long before they can reach the ears of those at the table. A few years ago, in the spring of 2017, while I was still in uniform, you might have heard of this, but a series of stories about closed social media groups demeaning and denigrating military women were uncovered and reported on. On the side, I'll say I don't know any women in the Marine Corps who were surprised as the news broke, but as the debate about how to respond raged in my office, in the Marine Corps, and in the country as a whole, women in uniform began to work together as we never had before, and it felt right. And it felt incredibly intense. Suddenly, all of these experiences that I'd thought were mine to bear alone and just part of the culture that I needed to swallow and put up with, I learned how widely they were shared and that they were still being perpetrated. They were still being perpetuated generation after generation to younger women, on younger women below me. And that while the details changed, the broad outlines were the same. Woman to woman, group to group, it was incredibly powerful to have these shared experiences. So that moment clarified something that I had not realized in full until then, that the value to the institution of the military, to the government, to the country, and to our world, my value was not as a Cobra pilot with expired qualifications, but was instead as me, myself, a woman with a very unique set of observations and experiences and concerns. And that was true for all of us. So our perspectives and observations were valuable and different, and didn't neatly align with the more traditional ideas of war, peace, and security, and violence that I'd always believed were objective or legitimate. They certainly weren't monolithic either. And that while my own perspectives and experiences were informed by my role as a mother in later years, they were also deeply informed well before that by the fact that I was a woman in a culture and a world that assigned specific, often subordinate roles to me. Those messages had sensitized me to certain experiences and observations that did not fit what I had grown to study and track as a Marine. This was a thrilling recognition. It's one that I felt then and still at times feel is such a gift, that I can see how my understanding and the broader understanding of security, war, and peace that many women have, those perspectives are incredibly important. And the fact that they don't fit the broader narrative of war, security, and peace that we learn in military training, and to be honest, in my education as an American, this meant that one of the most important things that we could do is use our voices and our positions to talk about what we see and to find and support others who are doing that work. I also knew instinctively that this version of security was viewed as subordinate, and that placing that type of security or that vision as subordinate was risky, dangerous, and could lead to harm. So I like to tell my kids that this is the moment that I realized that there were no adults in the room in the military. And I don't mean that no one was leading. I don't mean that no one was smart. I simply mean that it was a realization for me that our leaders are not omnipotent. I'm naive. I'm idealistic. I assumed they had broader information at their disposal and were taking in broader perspectives. And that was wrong. Our leaders have biases and blind spots, and at times ignorance in their roles. And it means that there is space for change. There is space for new ideas, for challenges to existing processes and ways of thinking. And I think right now, more than ever, we are at a moment where this deeply matters and where we can make change happen. Of course, exploring these questions in the context of the military creates problems, because anytime you talk about women or gender, especially in the context of the word peace, people will shut down or zone out or dismiss work as less than serious. For example, while the focus of my dissertation was the relationship between gender and terrorism, or gender inequality and terrorism around the world, I didn't tell anyone at work that I was studying gender and terrorism until 2017, the year I defended my dissertation. I was far too afraid of being laughed at or not taken seriously, so I just told everyone that I was studying terrorism, full stop. Another example, referencing Ambassador Hunt's story from 2003, shortly after the social media scandals erupted a few years ago, I ran into a former squadron mate of mine, a post-command officer in the Marine Corps. We were catching up on each other's lives and asking, what the other was up to. And I mentioned the work I was doing at the time. He sighed, and I'm paraphrasing, but his comment went along the lines of, "Oh, gender, I'm so sick of all this politically correct drama. When can we quit this stuff and just get back to the business of fighting and winning wars?" I don't even know what I said in response. I probably didn't have anything good or anything eloquent. I thought of several great responses about 15 minutes later. But the idea that talking and thinking about gender is separate from talking and thinking about security has been the rule versus the exception in my career and in my experience. And after listening to the speakers today, I think that is a common experience for all of us. From being dismissed after becoming a mother, to being told that efforts to change the institution are selfish and dangerous, to wrestling with observations that don't fit the mold, these obstacles and struggles are part of a broader narrative of the struggles to integrate and implement WPS. So I spent my last few years in uniform trying to bring 1325 and WPS into mainstream talk of security, war, and everything in between. I have no idea of how much of a dent I made. It was a challenge, if nothing else. That experience taught me, however low the bar might be in other fields, in different institutions, it is still woefully misunderstood in the military if it's known at all. I don't expect every leader of every rank to know what 1325 and the Women, Peace, and Security agenda are, but I do hope that senior leadership is aware of it. I don't expect every operational leader to understand women, peace, and security or the role of a gender advisor, but I do hope that they listen when those advisors speak. Yet I know from personal experience and the experiences of my peers who are still in uniform and still working towards these goals, that is not the world we live in. When gender advisors, for example, don't even learn about 1325 until the week or two before they deploy, and the senior leaders they work for remain unaware of the agenda, we have far to go simply to educate, much less to build allies and broader awareness of what women, peace, and security is and why it matters for the military. Which brings me to a question that I have struggled with mightily for some time now, as I think about how best to educate and build awareness and allies in the military. And I hope that the minds in this audience can help me work through it or consider this question in different ways. Back in uniform, working on talent management, I recognized that the WPS narrative and message would not stand alone easily in the military culture, that by virtue of the name alone, the topic would remain dismissed and would be relegated to audiences better suited to address women's issues, whatever those are. And that as a result, all things associated with women or with femininity, which also happen to be so many of those phenomena associated with violence, conflict, and war, those things will get subordinated until those in command or power, the leaders in the room, deemed it safe to consider lesser issues. I also understood as a Marine that if it doesn't impact warfighting, if it doesn't lead to increased effectiveness and readiness, it does not get attention. With some good reason. It's an understandable position. However, that is the world that the military operates in. So knowing the importance of women, peace, and security, and how, from my perspective, the WPS framework is of utmost importance in thinking about security and working towards security, stability, and peace, I tried to figure out the best way to tackle that. Partly due to inspiration from others who did this, and partly out of instinct, I moved away from the idea of peace and toward the concept of security in my discussions, buying into the idea that if we say peace, we risk moving this into the women's issues category. Instead, I began to talk about potential links between WPS and military effectiveness and readiness. Women, peace, and security is indeed linked to readiness and effectiveness, and that should be a topic for greater research and discussion. In fact, that's one of my calls to action that will follow. However, by exploring the connections between women, peace, and security, talent management in the military, diversity writ large, and warfighting effectiveness, I thought I was doing the right thing. For example, I love the term centering the experiences of women and girls in the context of security, because then we can talk about the historic traditional centering of discussion of conflict on men and older boys, and how that gives us a lopsided view of security, and how by centering the experiences of women and girls in the consideration of conflict, we can see conflict in new ways, and this can give us an edge over our adversaries. And I think about a quote, one that in my work in uniform, I've heard more times than I can count, particularly as I participated to help open up combat specialties to women. The quote is, "The military is not a social experiment." It's a comment that can be used at times to discourage social innovation and measures meant to bring more women and minorities into leadership positions. But in so many ways, democracy is a social experiment, and we need diverse voices to make it succeed. So that's been my response for years to this comment. And I focused in on research and discussions about how WPS makes us more effective, how it gives us a broader and more comprehensive lens on conflict and its drivers, and makes conflict resolution processes more effective and sustainable. But as I've moved along, I've started to wonder, is that the right path? Or is my work subordinating WPS as a tool to war fighting, as a means to an end, instead of transforming how we think about war? Does this take WPS in its breadth and depth and fit it to a narrower masculine framework, thus dampening its effectiveness and forcing it as a square plug into a round hole? Is that short-term advancement opening lines of communication with those who might not otherwise join the discussion worth the long-term diversion from our goals that it might represent? Or is that a path that's useful to go down? Is this one way towards a change consensus, a transformed way of thinking about security as more women ascend into leadership positions? Does it move us toward the more strategic result desired, a completely new way of thinking and building towards sustainable peace and security? Is this a good means to an end or a dangerous one? I don't have a good answer for that question. I just don't. And I'd love to hear your thoughts at some point. I leave you with 3 last thoughts, a call to action, so to speak, after a day of calls to action. First, please, please, please continue to push forward with research. It is sorely needed, as we've heard speakers talk about today. It is needed to learn, to educate, to understand, and to communicate. I'm preaching to the choir. It needs to be said loudly, though, and often. You may notice in my bio that I am listed as the director of the Athena Leadership Project. Athena was born of my observations in uniform that one of the biggest needs we have now is this research, as varied and diverse as possible, to continue and elevate the exploration of how diverse leaders and diverse perspectives inform and shape national security. So many times I've had conversations with colleagues, senior officers, advisors, and they ask about the links and the connections between women's leadership and outcomes. And while we see those connections in stories and in larger analyses, we still have work to do. We started Athena last year to codify some of the work that we've been doing. My co-lead is the other Marine Corps Cobra pilot with a PhD in international security. And so she, as well as I, we both have a lot of experience considering this in the context of the military. Right now, most of our work focuses on military women and female veterans because that's what we are. And that's where we see the biggest need. WPS through a military lens. We need to better understand its applications, have a stronger and more comprehensive research agenda, and develop more effective and intelligent ways of communicating WPS and its implications for how we think about security to the military. With Athena as well, while we're thinking about research, one of our observations has been the incredible amount of resilience that women develop and display in general, and particularly for female veterans. Resilience is a fraught word, so I use it hesitatingly. It's a bit of a buzzword, and I want to avoid the idea that by studying resilience, we are celebrating or perpetuating the challenges that women face, particularly in the service. On the contrary, those challenges and obstacles and their impacts are very important to study, to understand and address. But at the same time, as I talk to my female veteran friends and watch their career paths, I am blown away by their creativity, drive, work ethic, and their ability to tackle and address complex institutional problems. I suspect that this is a feature that women around the world develop and should also be studying it, particularly for its impacts on leadership decision-making and security outcomes. My second point or call to action is, as my writing on the wall story from the beginning illustrates, we need to understand the structures and institutions of security better than we do today, and how they shape what we see about war, and how leaders ascend the ranks and are able to share their views on it. It's not just enough to open the doors and express a willingness to work with diverse voices. And it's not just enough to express diversity statements and call for more women at different levels. We need to work with the structures and to expect that they will change. They may transform as we do this. And finally, I want to share one more little story with you. My youngest is a 4th grader. His name's Tom. And last year, prior to COVID, while we were still in New Orleans, he was at a co-ed parochial school, and they were playing kickball at recess one day. His team was mostly boys. I believe there were 2 girls on it. And during the game, one of the girls kicked a home run, and my son was cheering for her. She crossed the home plate, and one of the other boys said, "Well, that's pretty good for a girl," to her. And my son turned to the other boy and stopped him and said, "You can't say that. Boys and girls can both kick the ball well. My mom wrote a whole dissertation about that." So my dissertation was about terrorism, but God bless him, he got the gist of it. And I hugged him when he told me the story that afternoon in passing, because he was an ally. And I emphasized allyship and mentorship and joining with people who don't have experiences background of you. All to say, it takes men's voices. And I know I'm foot stomping what so many of the speakers have already said, and I was thrilled to hear them talk about it. Also, I just got your internet connection is unstable note. So if you lose me, I hope you won't, but I'm close to wrapping up. So all to say, it takes men's voices. It takes men's advocacy. Women can't do this alone. We can only get ourselves part of the way there. I think about the Marines who wrote me off and assumed that as a mother, my usefulness was done. I think about the women who I've come to meet in the Marine Corps who are still in there struggling and facing similar obstacles. My story is the norm, as far too many of you know, and it could have just taken one mentor, one person reaching out. In the military, as in all of national security, it's not enough to just open the doors. We need to study the structures and figure out how and where they must change. So one final quote, a mentor of mine, Lieutenant General Lori Reynolds, Marine Corps General, once told me about how she flips the script on diversity. You know, the point where we always have to explain how diversity makes us stronger and better. She said, flip it. Prove to me how having the same perspectives, same ideas, and same experiences makes us stronger. Show me how, because I don't see it. And I thought that was a fantastic shift. So especially in the context of women, peace, and security, that quote has very much stuck with me. So I will leave you with one last thought. I don't know if any of you have seen the Lego movie. Some of you might be nodding, some of you might be shaking your head, some of you might not be paying attention, I don't know. But if you haven't seen the Lego movie, don't. It's really pretty bad. Just think of it as like the Matrix a little bit for kids in a high-speed way. There's a scene towards the end of it where the main character, Emmett, who's a little Lego figure, has been trying mightily all throughout the whole movie to figure out how to create and build structures. But he only knows how to follow the instructions that come in the little boxes of Legos. He's bland, he's boring, he's generic. And all of a sudden, towards the end of the movie, he starts seeing all these connections, making him into a master builder. And suddenly he starts seeing things that he'd never seen before. It's a complete perspective shift, where he's looking around and he's making structures that no one's ever seen and that do amazing things and solve challenges that weren't being solved before. So I use that in my classes, and when I talk to people about women, peace, and security in 1325, about how it gives us ideas and shifts our perspectives like nothing else. So to all of the women and men out there working on women, peace, and security in different ways, thank you. Please keep being master builders. Please keep doing what you're doing. You inspire me. I hope you know your value, and I hope you know the value of your doing. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, that was terrific, Jeanette. That was absolutely terrific. And all I can say is that maybe even before you were born, I was in an Army Reserve unit, and it was called the 11th Special Forces. And boy, do I have stories to tell you. But I'll tell you at some other time. As we've done all today, I'm going to ask the first question as Morgan is gathering questions from our audience, and I'm sure that your reflections have engendered a lot of audience interest, and so Morgan will have to pick among some great questions. But here's my little question for you, which is, I love the anecdote about your son, totally loved it. And of course, as you can imagine, I've brainwashed my own sons and daughters in the same way. However, I think you know that a lot of the men that you worked with in the military did not get it at their mother's knee or their father's knee. And so would you reflect on whether there were men that you met in the military who began to shift as adult military personnel, and what you think helped them to make that shift? And you can imagine the genesis of my question is I don't think we're going to get as much purchase in the short term unless there is a path from not seeing to seeing, as you mentioned with little Emmett, the Lego figure there. So what are the kinds of things that made the shift for the men that you have met that have turned from zoning out to allies? And gosh, I'm sure you've met some, because if you hadn't, the whole question doesn't make any sense and will be very depressing. So I turn it to you.
I certainly have met some, and I'd start with my husband, who lived it with me. And that's probably an obvious one. So living it, I found that the men in the military who have spouses also in the service are some of the first ones to really be willing to talk about it and be willing to learn and interested in it. But what's really been powerful is seeing how storytelling can make the difference. So when everything happened in 2017 with some of the social media groups, I happened to be in basically the right place at the right time. I don't know how I managed that one, given everything else I had done, but I was in a room with senior leaders when what was going on in the military was being discussed. And I opened my mouth and I shared my story, and I shared the writing on the wall story. Because one of the questions was, well, why are, we have all these different programs, we have career intermission programs, we have all these things, why can't, women join or stay in or figure out how to make it work? And I told my story. And I just remember one of the gentlemen in the room looked at me, he said, I'm sorry, we should have gotten to you. We should have seen that coming. And we had several follow-up talks about it. And as I was part of the task force in response, there were other women on that task force. And I watched how powerful their stories were as well. So it was putting, and let me step back a bit too. For me, obviously, I didn't see it till it happened to me. I was very much masculinized, very much a part of that institution, had bought it hook, line, and sinker. I mean, there were there were certain things in my head that I noticed, from my deployments that stuck with me, but I didn't make sense of them. And I didn't really even acknowledge them until I started digging into what happened to me. So I wasn't very surprised when I ran into that in the ranks of the military again, later in my career, because why would many of them see it, if they hadn't been exposed to it? But the storytelling piece has been the most powerful. And what I found with Athena, we have horrible timing. We got our 501c3 status 3 days before the WHO declared a pandemic. But we've been able to do a series of virtual events, and it's just storytelling. So we bring in different veterans at different levels, primarily women, and we ask them questions about their experiences, and we link that to how they decide as leaders, how they lead, period, their experiences and their perspectives on security and conflict, just to kind of get that conversation going, because those stories can be the ones that change minds. And total sidebar on this, and I'll make it a short one because I know we're going to be getting to the end of our time soon, but as part of my Naval Academy class, we had our 20th reunion a couple of years ago. We were about 10-ish% female in my class. And a couple of weeks before the reunion, one of my roommates reached out and she said, let's do a female brunch at the reunion. Now, we had never done anything as women in our class. We had never taken a picture together. We didn't have like a Yahoo user group back in the day, anything. And instantly I said, oh my gosh, why would do that? Why would we do that? What would the guys think? And as soon as the words were coming out of my mouth, I was like, oh, let me put those back in. I know why. And so we had the brunch, and it was very much like you would expect from my descriptions about what happened in the Marine Corps after the social media issues, where we all just started talking. We had somewhere around 60 or 70 women from my class show up, and so many of the stories that we had thought were our own individual crosses to bear or things to deal with and just kind of swallow and keep down and bury inside, we'd all had them. The details differed, the plot outlines remained the same. And so we, about 7 of us afterwards, launched a group that became a part of the Alumni Association. And we just started writing articles about being a woman at the Naval Academy and in the service. And we started a podcast. And I think we're on like episode 27 or so. It's JV. But it's been incredibly powerful because of the people we've been able to bring on who tell stories. And our male classmates and peers have reached out so many times at this point. It's incredibly validating to say, oh, I've never thought about that. I'm so sorry. How can I help? What can I do now? Just from the power of the stories. And that's been incredibly validating. And it's been something that's kind of informed my view of the role of storytelling in changing minds.
That's awesome. That's really great. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn the time over to Morgan, and we have until 12:40. Please go ahead, Morgan, and even take a couple more minutes, because I think it'd be dumb to sort of stop for 5 minutes and then have my last closing remarks. So feel free to go a little bit over, Morgan.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Haney, for your discussion. It was so interesting and enlightening to me. So motherhood has been clearly so impactful on you and on your career. And I just was wondering, what gaps do you see between motherhood and fatherhood within the military, and how can those gaps be closed so that women and men, mothers and fathers, are experiencing the same things?
That's a great question. And actually our next Athena panel is about caregiving in the military, and we're purposely calling it that, even though most of our panelists are all parents and talking about it from that perspective. There's a fairly big gap there very much was back when my kids were being born, but it exists today in how the parental leave is divided up, who's viewed as a burden and who is not, and even until recently, how different military orders have been written to kind of bake in some of those stereotypes or expectations about who the primary caregiver will be afterwards. I know in my experience, it was just assumed that I would be taking on those duties and that my husband would support when he could, his command assumed it and my command assumed it, which is partly why I had very little institutional support. And of course, he was gone. I think we've gone some ways towards remedying that. We're not close to being done. And I say we as a nation, but one of the things that I was able to do in uniform that I thought was, it was very gratifying, and I'm thrilled that I was able to do it, is help to work on the revisions of the pregnancy and parenthood order from the Marine Corps side. Because previously, when a woman found out she was pregnant, a Marine Corps woman, she would have to go to her commander and sit through what amounted to a counseling session, not a good counseling session. It read a little bit to me like she was getting her rights read to her. You understand that you're responsible for this, and you will be in shape by this date, and you will, you're responsible to deploy by here. And it showed that in very many words that she was a burden, and that the command, was holding this over her head as come back, you have all these duties to do, you need to be back, and you need to make sure that all your stuff is together in one piece. And oh, by the way, you're on your own. So one of the things I was able to do was to help change that, so that instead of having it as a counseling session, when any Marine is going to become a parent of some, whether male, female, adoption, natural birth, what have you, that Marine goes and sits with their commander and gets to talk about the resources available to parents in the military. That's one small part of it. I think that as long as we have the societal problems that we have about the gap between motherhood and fatherhood, the fatherhood benefit, the motherhood tax, all the things that we hear about, those will still play out within the military, probably even more sharply, just by nature of the work and the people in it. But sorry, I was going to say one more quick thing on that. What I was getting to earlier, and I lost the thread briefly, was that it's also about just human-centered leadership. The idea that there is an ideal worker, a typical worker who can show up and put in time and just be there whenever the job calls and have no outside responsibilities. It was broken from the day it started. Women have always borne the cost of that across society and around the world. This conflict or this crisis right now around the world is putting that in plainer view than it's ever been before. But it is really about just rethinking how we lead, not just for parenthood, not just for caregiving, but for the different identities and lives and obligations we all have beyond what we do in our daily work.
Thank you so much. That was a great answer. The second question here is, as you pointed out, it is also often uncomfortable to be designated or taking on the role of the women in the room who is talking about women's issues. So what advice would you give young women that are entering the government or military service, and they're trying to spread knowledge about the women, peace, and security agenda without being dismissed or written off as a women's, a feminist women's activist type thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have definitely seen a generational difference between how women of my generation and older generation think about this, and how younger women coming into the service right now think about it. I feel like even within, for example, the Naval Academy alumni group alone, older generations of women who had to deal with so many more obvious, painful obstacles, the ones you can more clearly see, and had more restrictions on them, they seem to, by and large, be much more willing to work with the current leadership and structures, work within that to make change happen. Whereas the younger ones are coming in and there's kind of a, not in a bad way, but burn it all down. We're done. We want change now. And I love that. I think that both of those approaches are needed in different ways and at different times. As far as advice to give younger women, the first thing I would say is no one's going to do it, unfortunately, for us. So we at some point have to just be that woman in the room. But the second thing I'll say is I fought that so long, and it took me a couple years ago learning about how some of the younger women in the Marine Corps who are pregnant are being treated and experiencing those pregnancies in the Marine Corps, for me to realize that what I experienced on a much lighter level, because I was a little bit older and I was an officer, that what I experienced was still happening to women today in many ways worse than I had it. And that had I opened my mouth sooner and talked about my experiences sooner, perhaps some of that could have stopped or been avoided. And so I was in many ways ashamed and embarrassed that I hadn't. And it took that happening for me to really put myself out there, because it was bad enough that I experienced it and that my generation did. It needs to stop.
Thank you. Dr. Hudson, do we have time for one more, or?
Yeah, let's do one more.
I think Ambassador Chowdhury's got his hand.
All right, well, let's do Ambassador Chowdhury, shall we? Ambassador, please go ahead.
Myself. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Henny. I was very impressed by your presentation. It was wonderful and so much from the heart and head, I should say. I wanted to bring one perspective which is not found in your speech or in the questions. I believe that the situation of women in military, situation of women and men in general in all societies have same tendencies, same ways of thinking, same ways of marginalizing women. It will be wonderful. I find many women are coming in militaries of developing countries, like my country, Bangladesh, India, and we have provided a lot of female contingents in the UN peacekeeping. So that is something that I would like to bring to your attention. Firstly, I would like you to see if you have women's corps or women's contingent, why not offer through the US government, US military. They have not done much peacekeeping as a part of the UN system, but it is an option, because there, I think, and also if more men go there, they will realize the diversity and kind of culture there. So, and there's a lot to learn from these women who go to the peacekeeping missions and also from their domestic service. So my suggestion here is get in your project in Athena, or suggest in your papers experience of these military women from developing world. That will be an interesting perspective for you to learn, and how they have managed those things. When I was hearing the questions, I was finding that many women in the military in our part of the world, how they have managed it and how they have handled it, despite their even more well-entrenched structures they have somehow. And there is an opportunity for that. I believe that this is one thing I will recommend very strongly. And another perspective that I wanted to give in the context of 1325, our basically objective is relating to war and abolition of war, and making women's role contribute to that. So it is not to make wars safe for women, rather involve women in a way that war becomes not necessary anymore. The foundations of peace or harmony can be established. So that is what we continue to say, that we don't want women's involvement only. No, we don't want people to implement 1325 to make war safe for women. So that is again that, and I believe that increasing more numbers does not necessarily mean that you have been inclusive in terms of women in gender perspective. So it is very important that we should take that point in heart. And I believe that 1325's ultimate objective to see that war or conflict are no longer there. And that process is helped tremendously by women. So that is what we thought, that Security Council dealing with international peace and security have failed for 55 years till that statement was made in March 2000 about the need for consulting women, need for listening to them, need for giving them a role, and participation, as Ambassador Ramani said, that men with gun get a seat in the table. Women with all their experience and background do not do anything. And these days I have found in Sierra Leone, in Congo, and Guinea, other places, Liberia, men get upset when they come back from their wars or bushes where they were fighting, to find that women have managed the fabric of the society in a nice way. They have put the children to school, they have got the health care for their elderly, they have put food on the table, and secured their environment in a more or less good way. And they became very upset. They felt that, and then the pushback comes then, that enough, we were not there, that's why you handled, we are there now you get back to the kitchen. So that is the mentality comes in. So all these things are connected. I think globally, women's WPS agenda has a much bigger challenge than we think of. And many, as Dr. Minik was showing, that many have got used to the jargonistic way of supporting WBS, not meaning it. As a matter of fact, in many cases, those words, the rhetorics are actually intended to subvert WPS agenda in that way. So there are many challenges, but my hats off to you. You explained or exposed your situation, which is experienced by many, and I am so happy to listen to you and get encouraged continuously by seeing your determination. So thank you again for that presentation. I shared my 2 cents thought with you, if that can be helpful.
Actually, that was very helpful, because it speaks to Dr. Haney's point about whether selling WPS as a route to greater military effectiveness is actually diverting it from its long-term potential. Of course, my opinion, Dr. Haney, for what it's worth, is that in a sense, what you're suggesting is that the military can be made more effective by being made, in a sense, more humane. And that when the military sloughed you off, seeing you as, someone who is not fully human, but just as a pregnant body, right? That they made themselves less effective. When your Cobra flew over those rooftops, that was not making the military more effective. It was making it less effective because it was less humane. So I think there's an argument to be made that it's not necessarily either or, either military effectiveness or peace, but that there's some way, probably around the crux of humanity, right, and human security, where those two things meet very nicely, right?
And also, Dr. Hudson, sorry to interrupt. I felt like saying this. Women in the military in the US or in other countries, which are sort of operating in second country, they can say that I am, as a woman, I am not only looking for a place of other women, but I am also talking about the women who are in those countries. What happens to those women And this helicopter sort of story was very, very touching, that those women clutching their children and just fending for defense. It's really that is a big energizing point, that I am there not only for women in my country in the military, but I am there for the women in the countries where we are intervening and helping.
Jeanette, would you like 30 seconds to respond? And then I think I have to wrap it up, but please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your remarks. I think you're speaking to the heart of what I've been struggling with and to try to figure out how to think my way through it. And absolutely, I think doing research into how women in nations around the world are being integrated into the military, how they're being used, how they are feeling about their work, and how they're joining different leadership levels and ranks, is some of the most important work we can do moving forward. So thank you. And thank you for asking. And I would love to have another conversation at some point. 30 seconds is not enough time.
All right, thank you so much. I am really appreciative of everyone who has been here today, and especially all of our speakers, Ambassador Chowdhury, Ambassador Rahmani, Ambassador Curry, Dr. Minnick, and Dr. Haney. I'm just gonna take the host prerogative to sort of give you kind of the highlights that I saw as I listened to each of the speakers, and then thought about, kind of the path forward. And I'd like to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, I believe. And the first is that the families that we make matter. One of the things that impressed me most about Ambassador Chowdhury's remarks was how he had been so deeply shaped by his family, which perhaps was not a completely usual family in Bangladeshi culture at the time, and how Professor Haney's, Dr. Haney's family, how she has shaped her family. In a sense, the family is the ultimate grassroots, right? If we unpack that, roots of the grass, well, those roots are there in the family. And to the extent that we create families, if we do so with an eye as to whether those families are living gender equality within the household, right? Not ignoring that there are sexual differences, but refusing to believe that sexual differences create a hierarchy of talent or skills or bravery or any other virtue, I think is absolutely essential for increasing the impact of women, peace, and security in the days to come. I think it's also the case that I really do believe that laws do matter. But as Ambassador Rahmani was quick to point out, it's laws, it's enforcement, it's accessibility, and it's awareness, right? Unless you have all 4 of those things, that people know what their rights are, that they can access justice, that in fact, the institutions are interested in enforcing the law that's on the books, then I don't think we're going to get very far. So that's a big package of things, but I think it belongs squarely in women, peace, and security. The idea that there is no impunity, right? The foundation of impunity is the benefit of the doubt that men give each other when they have hurt women. And so I would argue that the basis of the rule of law is in refusing to allow men to give other men impunity for things like that. That's the foundation of the rule of law in any society. I think it's also important that we tackle the idea of the relationship between official law and customary law in Ambassador Rahmani's own country. This is a big, big issue, where the laws on the books and the laws that are understood to apply to particular communities, such as the Pashtuns or the Tajiks or the Uzbeks, may differ significantly. And so again, the rule of law is subordinating customary laws to the law of the nation state. I think what I've learned is that political will matters. I heard Ambassador Chowdhury saying, what if the UN Secretary General would pull aside national delegations and say, so where's your national action plan on women, peace, and security? And ask them that every few months and offered help. Yes. You know, what kind of changes would we see? I think we would see a lot of changes. My capstone team this semester is looking at women in uniform law enforcement. And they initially took up the case study of Liberia as a successful case. And then they discovered that when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf stepped down as president a couple of years ago, the next administration was completely indifferent, completely uninterested. And so Liberia went from being arguably a role model to one that is no longer a role model. And all it took was the change in political will. So I think that that's important. I do believe that economic empowerment is important, as Ambassador Curry was discussing. That is, when women have the temporal means to help direct their own lives, that's critically important. But I think there's two other parts here. And I think Dr. Minnick touched on some, and some of the other speakers touched on the other. And the two contextual factors are, do women have to make a choice between reproduction and contributing their talents to society? Because every society that tells a Jeanette Haney, you can either succeed in the Marines or you can succeed at being a mother, but you cannot succeed at being both, right? Has just undercut, right, her ability to contribute her talents to society. So that's an important part when we're talking about women's economic empowerment. We can't ignore this issue with reproduction. And then secondarily, women's economic empowerment may be completely undercut by gender-based violence. Completely undercut by gender-based violence. I will never forget when a colleague of mine, a development expert, was telling me about how they were giving in-kind transfers to the mothers of families so that they could assure that their daughters were being put into school. I think it was Guatemala. Don't quote me on that, but it was somewhere in Central America. And he said, I realized that the balance of household decision-making had changed, because as I watched these women file up to, the cashier's office to get their money, we could see a ring of husbands around the square. And he said, that shows things have changed. And I remember thinking, you've got to be kidding me. Those husbands are standing there so they can strong arm the money and the cash transfers from their wives. So when we talk about economically empowering women, we have to understand that unless we tackle gender-based violence, there isn't going to be true economic empowerment of women. And then lastly, and something I think that every single one of our speakers has spoken to, is the idea, and this is a kind of a sad idea, but it's a true idea, is that the battle is never won. All right, with each new generation of men and women, the same sorts of situations will arise. I think, as Dr. Haney said, I think she put it, the jury is always out on whether I was good enough. And I think that's very true. When Dr. Minnick told me that 82% of the students who first come into his class don't even know about 1325, that tells me that you can never stop talking about 1325 or assuming that people are going to be continuing that conversation. I think if you talk to women in the countries in the Arab uprising, with the possible exception of Tunisia, they would tell you, all right, that these uprisings actually took their cause back, not forward. And that if we believe that history only marches upward and that things can only improve for women, and that the battles we fought yesterday don't need to be fought tomorrow, then we're naive. All right, we will always need to continue to fight these battles. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that I think that 1325, as Ambassador Chowdhury has said, is bigger than 1325. It actually is about our future as humankind. And as something I'm fond of saying is, I don't think there can be peace on earth until there's peace between men and women.
Very
And
true.
I think that 1325 was the first, if you will, public acknowledgement by the global community that this was true. But we have a long way to go. But you know what? The work is a good one. The work is a sweet one.
Yes.
And so take up that burden and keep walking, because it is absolutely worth it for a better future for men and women everywhere. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, I want one of those pins, Ambassador Chowdhury.
Send one my way.
And I'd like to thank each of you individually, speakers, and then audience. Thank you for coming. And please, if your question was not addressed, send them in to us and we will forward them to the speaker that you wanted to address it to. And we'll see if we can't get an answer for you.
So, la lucha continua, as they say in Spanish, the struggle continues.
Absolutely. Amen to that. And again, thank you, Morgan, for making all of this possible.
Yes,
thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we'll sign off now. And next year, stay tuned. I'm sure we will have another wonderful symposium for you from the Bush School.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Adios.
Great job, Valerie and Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Welsh. So long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Manich.
Good to see you again, Ambassador.
Yes,
Absolutely.
good to see you.
I enjoyed so much listening to you. Same thing.
Well, same here. Same here.
Yeah. Look forward to continuing the work together.
Yes, let's do that.
And Dr. Minnick, I'd love to connect at some point soon. I think we have each other's email, so I'll email you.
Please do. I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Why not? Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you so much. Bye.
You're welcome.